Good morning. I think I pretty much know everybody that's here or we've met before, and so thank you so much for coming out this morning. I've been here since Monday. I'm Roger Brooks. I'm not going to go around the room asking for everybody's names or anything. But what I want to do is what we've been doing this week is putting together a plan. And this is a plan that's a step beyond the original work that was done last summer and last fall after the floods. And I actually called this a recovery action plan. I almost took the word recovery out because if you want to look at a silver lining of the floods, it got you to do some things that you should have done 10 or 15 years ago. Because Jennifer and Wendy had me here, when was that, 2008? 2008, so 11 years ago, and we talked about branding, what's your focus? After the flood, when the people started interviewing businesses and residents, they said, well, we don't even have our focus, we don't know what we're about, and it's like, yeah, what did we say 11 years ago? But because of this, today's the first day of the rest of your life. And how do you take Grand Forks and make it an amazing destination to invest in, to live in, to retire in, to raise a family in, and to visit? And so we've been going through a lot of stuff. And so last night I worked on this till about 11:30. So if there's typos and stuff in here, that's because I was working on this really late. But I put together kind of a 3-year plan. And as we go through this, we can change things. We can say, Roger, could you move that over here? You know, I don't think they should do this. We'll do this. We can't afford that. And so I always think it's more effective when we build a plan with you, not for you. And so that's what this is. So I can jump out of this presentation anytime, and then we can change things right in it live. And then when I go back home, when I'm back in the office on Monday, I'm actually going to fine-tune the last details of this, and then we'll send it to you. Now, you could have a plan that takes some consultant 8 months to do and everything, and I've been doing this for more than 35 years. And we worked in Cedar Rapids, Iowa when they got flooding. We worked in High River, Alberta, and Canmore when they got flooded a couple years back. So we've been through this drill before. And if it's not flooding, we've been through places that have been devastated by forest fires and everything. And I always just say, forget the flood, other than the funding and everything that comes with it. Forget the flood. Today's the first day of the rest of your life. How do we make Grand Forks amazing? And so I'm just going to dig right in it. And there's a lot of concentration in this on downtown, and I think it's really important to tell you why downtowns are so important. First of all, the sole focus of every elected public official is to improve the quality of life for its citizens. Whether it's Justin Trudeau or Donald Trump, heaven forbid, whoever it is, school districts, the mayor back here, councilors, anybody that's elected, their job is to improve the quality of life for their citizens. Unfortunately, to do that takes money. So if you want better downtown, you want better parks, you want all those things, and that's where economic development comes in. That gives you more cash to improve the quality of life. And then downtowns create a sense of community. It's your third place. The first place is the place we live. It's our home. The second place is where we go to work. The third place is where we go to hang out. Starbucks built an entire brand around third places. And so it's really important. It is your nucleus. And you never want to let your nucleus die because the rot will spread. And then, here's the other thing, downtowns help reduce leakage of locally earned money spent elsewhere. You know, I don't have all the financial data, but I can imagine that Grand Forks has a tremendous amount of leakage as you head to Castlegar to the nearest Walmart, or when you go up to Kelowna for the nearest mall and you start doing that, you go down to Spokane, whatever it is, that's all leakage. You don't have a real robust tourism industry to help fill the pot of locally earned money go somewhere else. You've always been, I think, and this is just my opinion over the last few days, is that you've been a timber and mining community but you haven't diversified. We're not saying you need to go away from those, but you need to have some diversity. Perfect examples, Canmore, Alberta, which I call the best town in Western Canada, population 11,000. They were a mining town up until the 1988 Calgary Olympics. And they have made that transition, and now they're a bigger destination than Banff. And it's more organic. I mean, Nelson, same thing. They've made the transition. And so that's really important. And the quickest way is to make downtown a priority so that you keep the money local. And then downtowns help carry the burden of local taxes. Right now, I would imagine that the property tax values in downtown are pretty low because they're buildings that have been washed out, and there may be asbestos, you may have dry rot, you may have all those things. But wouldn't it be great if you could bring downtown back to where it is carrying more of the tax burden than just your residential communities? And then downtown is a litmus test. Anybody who's going to come here, an investor, a site selector, I mean business interest, what they do is, and I used to do site selection work, and we come into a town, we go in the downtown, and the health of the downtown economically is how we judge the health of the community. Fair or not. And that's really important. And it's your best economic development tool. If you have kids graduating from high school and they say, the second I graduate, I'm blowing this town, then you got a problem. Because what attracts millennials is life after 6 o'clock in a pedestrian-friendly setting. And we're not talking the bar scene. And so downtown is a great economic development tool because it will bring young families back. And then there's nothing you can invest in besides schools that will create a faster, better return on investment than your downtown. So I want to set that up. It's that important. And then tourism is the front door to your non-tourism economic development efforts. Anybody who's going to come here, I don't care whether they're a site selector, whether they're a venture capitalist, whether they're a small business looking for another opportunity, they're coming here first as what? A visitor. This is the place I'd want to live. My employees would want to live. And that is really important. And then the number one activity of visitors is that. Shopping, dining, and entertainment in a pedestrian-friendly setting. And that is where 80% of the non-lodging spending takes place. So here's my big question for you. If we come and spend the night in one of your hotels, are you getting the 80%? Are they coming here, checking in a hotel, they get up first thing in the morning and they're gone? Or they come here, they get out on the river, they're fishing, they're doing all those things, they're on your trails, they're not spending any money, and then they leave. Are you getting that 80%? And by the way, that's why Disney put downtown. I used to teach for Disney Institute. This is why Disney has downtown Disney outside each of its parks, to get that 80%. And so, downtowns and tourism need to be joined at the hip. You don't have a standalone tourism organization, so one of my recommendations is to make your downtown business association both. And so you'll see that. And then women account for 80% of all consumer spending. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I usually wait for the guys to speak up. So it's really true. And so I showed this picture yesterday. Notice the guys are sitting in the benches while the women are shopping. And that was not staged. You got to think benches. And that's why we do this on our homes. It makes your downtown welcoming. And so these are all things that you need to be at. And downtowns are the heart of community development. And what's really amazing about that is that downtowns are back and in a big way. Malls are dying everywhere. The days of the suburban mall are pretty much coming to an end. And then the heart and soul of any community besides its people is its downtown. And finally, downtowns are about people. They're not about vehicles and parking and all of those things. And there's Petula Clark, who in 1964 sang the song Downtown. And she says that she is amazed at how many people in their 20s and 30s know every word to the song because it's what they long for. coming back to that. And so, in economic development, tourism, community development, there's absolutely positively nothing that's more important in your downtown. And that is why we're concentrating on this. And by the way, we have the Destination Development Association, which is absolutely free. There's no catch, no anything. And we put together a video. So if you want to go, you can join, anybody can join this, a business, anybody. If you want to go home, and this is like Netflix, it all streams, and you want to see, I want to know more about downtown, these are videos that are there for you. They're all full of case histories and examples and photographs and everything else. It's all there for you. So, the top 2 revitalization tactics for any downtown in the US and Canada are year-round public markets that change monthly or programmed public plazas. Here's what happens. For your downtown, what comes first is people hanging out in downtown. Where people hang out consistently, retailers follow. When we moved out to the suburbs in the 1950s, guess what? The retailers went with them in malls. And so people is what needs to come first. And so there's even videos on that. And I'm not going to go into that because I want to dig right into the plan. And so our whole focus is how do we get people downtown 250 days a year? When you have 100 days worth of events in your downtown, and I'm talking about farmers markets, every single thing you have happen downtown, that's not enough to sustain a retailer. I tell cities all the time, get rid of the events and start being activity-based, not event-based. And I'm not saying you should can your events, but you need to have activities. And doing all of this stuff, I mean, I'm not going to go through this whole thing right here, but this is what bringing downtown back will do, and doing those 2 things, a plaza, and I have a plaza in here. I mean, this is all part of that. And so, this may seem really daunting, but this whole plan that I'm doing right now is meant to do a couple of things. I want you to get out of your silos. The chamber has their thing, Community Futures does their thing, the city does their thing, the Downtown Business Association does their thing, the Trails Associations, they do their thing, everybody's doing their own thing, and what happens is, this is the typical Economic Development Express. Really clipping along, aren't they? And what this plan is to get everybody on the same page, pulled in the same direction, so that you go from that to that. And so, with that, 2019 is your getting ready year. I know some people here say, no, not another year of getting ready. But we're going to make a lot of stuff happen. And some of this stuff can happen in as little as a week from now. But what I did is I put these kind of in chronological order. And I can pull out of these, and I want your feedback, because I can, on the fly, make changes. First of all, you have a Downtown Business Association. I would love to see it change its name to Destination Grand Forks. Because I believe that your downtown association, and I hate to do this, sorry Amber, but you don't have a direct tourism here. You know, you're part of TOTA, so they market you, and you're not in control of your own destiny so much, so to speak. And you're starting to collect lodging taxes, and that might add up to like $50,000, $60,000, $70,000 a year, but you don't control it. You can apply for some of those funds, but you don't also have another organization that can sit there and use those funds to better the town. Down the road, we'd love to see this organization actually have staff, and you'll see that. But your board of directors, I thought you could do this next month. So now, I don't know if the city of Grand Forks would do this, but I want you to remake your board of directors. And so, and remind me, and you can just speak up and say, well, Roger, no, I think we, the DBA, could just do this on our own. But I think I have another slide for this one. Here's the details. This is who I think should be. You have a board, Amber? How many people are on it?
11.
11, okay. And I always say no more than 13, but I'm going to show you a list that has 14. You may need to remake some of your board based on this. But this, I think you need to have Downtown Business Association. First of all, let me go back to this. The Destination Grand Forks team could be the Downtown Association, it could be your board of directors, or it could be that the mayor says, I'm gonna appoint a team that includes downtown. I try not to have too many committees. You know, the more committees you have, the more meetings you have, and nothing ever gets done. Does that sound familiar? And so you can let me know, say, no, we'll make that our board, and then we can be the go-to for the city on projects that have to do with downtown and implementing a lot of these things. And so we can always go back to this. So I just thought, here's who should be on it. A Chamber of Commerce board member, a DBA board member, a city council's representative, particularly one that's really a proponent of the trails, because we're gonna kind of go with a cycling theme. 4 from the biking and recreation sector, because one of the things I said yesterday, I'm not gonna get into this today, is Grand Forks needs to be known for something other than a flood. And so yesterday and the last couple of days, we thought, why don't we take your trails, an asset you already have, and leverage them? So that people know you for your great trails from here to Christina Lake, or, I mean, you've got the family friendly, you've got e-bike friendly, you've got just about every kind of trail. Maybe we can leverage those. And then we need a hotelier involved, downtown business or property owner on market, and maybe another downtown business property owner that's not on market. And then community futures absolutely should be there. Your city events coordinator, is she here today? Oh, there you are. Great. Yay. Is that your job title? Did I get that right? Events manager. Okay. And then who else do I have on this? City planning department on that. And economic development. That's the new hire that's coming down the pipe. But see, this is what I mean. I can just go right here. Okay. This is 14 people. Now, this is what this team would do, and I can go into this here, is first of all, they would be the steering committee. So anything that has to do with tourism, promotion, marketing would come out of this team. And I'm not sure if this would be your board, whether you're willing to change your board to be that kind of a makeup, or whether we have the mayor appoint a different one that all these people are included on. What are your thoughts?
I'm thinking that it would need to be a separate board because we still have our pieces that we work through as a DBA.
Okay.
That are very similar but somewhat different to this.
Okay.
And we already started a project like this with the events manager, where the DBA, the chamber, and the city have a collective group, like a steering team. So
do you envision maybe that changing into it?
maybe.
So could that be this group?
Yeah, we only currently 2 representatives from each party, but like we could potentially change that into more.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I would call it the Destination Grand Forks team. I mean, just because you're trying to be a destination for investment, a destination for your local residents, a destination for visitors. Is that doable? So in this case, who would take the lead?
Well, currently a lot of the funding is going through the city, like because of that rural development fund. But we were meant to be the funding source to funnel information, funds into this project.
Okay.
Into the marketing piece, which is a 2-year project, marketing and events.
Because we would like this to be, they would handle tourism, promotion, and marketing. If you contract out with anybody, they'd be kind of the steering committee, the selection committee, the events and downtown activities, obviously, would be part of that. Selection committee for wayfinding. You need to redo your wayfinding.
Yeah.
You're going to hear about that. A trail or other recreational-oriented projects and marketing. Brand leadership team. We want you to be known for something, and we picked cycling because it's the one thing that was really obvious. It's something you really have. It doesn't mean you can outcompete Whistler and Squamish and some of those places, but you've got some really great trails, particularly the Trans-Canada Trail. Then marketing, social media, collateral development, downtown plaza development, any programming downtown, business recruitment. Does that all make sense? What do you call this group now?
It's the Economic Development Steering Team. It's
Okay.
what we had, but like, that's just the.
It's just a name, it's just
Yeah.
semantics.
Yeah.
I like, the reason we usually use the word Destination Grand Forks team, and by the way, I hate the word committee.
Yeah, it's a
So
team.
you do.
It's a team.
Yeah, and so I'm just gonna leave this city, Grand Forks, the mayor, and I'm probably gonna take downtown out of that because it's really, you know, I can even just do city, Grand Forks. That's who you work with, that kind of takes the lead on it, right?
Yeah.
Okay,
So Roger, just so you know,
go ahead.
Community Futures is working again through funding from the province with Dale here and Colleen to develop an overarching strategy for the city of Grand Forks and Area P. And our intention there is to establish an economic development advisory committee. That committee would be comprised of sector representation, no big industry,
Yeah,
agriculture. So just so everybody understands that that's a nuance, that's a different, big, higher level.
right,
committee.
right. This is the drill down team.
Yes.
As a matter of fact, in what you're seeing today, I have 45 recommendations. This is the team that would be basically charged with implementing them, with help, obviously. Does that make sense? So you good on that one? We're good? Okay. See, you know what? I have July on there. Okay, we're just gonna, you know what? There you go. We took care of that one. It'd be good if I could spell June. But that's how quick this could go. Okay, number 2. Here is a big deal, and we talked about this yesterday, so sorry for you that were here yesterday, is the future of your city lies with your millennials. The people in their late 20s, the people in their 30s. And the number one priority I always have, and this is usually done from a mayor, is create a young professionals group. These are people in their 20s and 30s that are young, they're the future. And I think I have some slides about this. You can even say out of that one team, that if we could get half of that group of 14 people to be millennials, that would be great. But if not, they need to have a seat at the table. And first of all, it is the largest generation in US and Canadian history. They are the most civically minded generation in Canadian history. There are more mayors, including Edmonton's mayor, there are more mayors in Canada and the US today under the age of 35 than any time in Canadian or US history. You have to remember, us boomers, we grew up in the late 60s, early 70s, and we were down with the establishment. Of course, we became the establishment, but this group is really important. I shared this story yesterday, and people were cringing, but I think I have to share it today. This is Irwin, Tennessee. The population is 6,000. In 1916, Mary the circus elephant was killed there. And the story is there was a parade going up and down this street in 1916, so sorry about this story, but I think it's important, is that there was a parade and they had circus elephants going down the street. And one of the circus elephants was Mary. And there was a person over on the sidewalk cutting up watermelon. Elephants love watermelon. They can just smell it. And Mary the circus elephant was trying to meander over towards that watermelon. So the trainer on her back, who was new, didn't know what he was doing, started whipping her to get her back in line. It turns out this guy was wearing spurs, and when Mary started to meander over there, he dug his spurs into her. She grabbed him with her trunk, threw him on the ground, stepped on his head, and killed him. The town was so upset in 1916 that they publicly hung Mary the circus elephant. They had thousands of people were there to watch the spectacle. The problem is 100 years later, that's still what they're known for. 100 years. Then in 2015, so 99 years later, they lost their major employer, and the mayor went to millennials. He went to the high school graduating class a week before they're going to graduate, and the mayor went to that graduating class, which was about 60 or so. Sound familiar? I don't know what yours is this year. 70. Theirs might have been something like that. And he said, I know a lot of you are going to go off to college. When you're done with college, how many of you are planning to come back to Irwin? 6 raised their hand. The rest of them said, we're bowling this town. And so he said, why? And they did not say jobs. They said, because this town is dead after 5 o'clock, because there's no real activity. We're not engaged in the community as youth. I mean, you try to build us youth activities. We have sports fields and stuff, but it's just not, it just isn't what we want for our future. And so he asked them, well, what would it take? And they said, well, we want activity after work, after school. We want things that we can do. We want this to be a place where we could raise a family and feel like we're part of the community and not just kids, you know, and that people are always chasing us around. You can't do this, you can't do that. So then the mayor did another thing. He went to a 10-year class reunion. And I think there were like 80 in their class because their school has been shrinking, and sounds like what I've heard from Grand Forks. And most of them showed up for this 10-year reunion. He invited them back to town and asked them, how many of you now live in Irwin? And it was actually like 10 or 15, so it was a little bigger than the current graduating class. Some of them actually came back. And he asked them, the ones that didn't, says, what would it take for you to move back? And what was interesting is the answers 10 years later were pretty much like you heard from the seniors in high school. So what he did is he created a young millennials working group. He started with 5 or 6 in the group. And then what he did, by the way, it's now 40. And what he did is he said, whatever it takes to get you to be here, we'll do it if we can afford it and if it's legal. And so they would bring ideas to him and they turned them loose. The first thing they did was an Elephant Revival Festival. You know, Barnum and Bailey hung up this circus tent last year or the year before last. All those elephants are in Irwin, Tennessee at the sanctuary. I mean, that's what they did. And they created these fiberglass elephants. They put them all over town and artisans adopted them. I mean, it was still making amends for a horrible tragedy 100 years ago. And then they said, well, we would like to do a weekly farmers market. They were a dry town. Restaurants could now sell beer and hard booze. They have sidewalk cafes that weren't allowed before. They zoned upper residential that could be live workspace. So you don't bring customers up there because of the elevators and everything that would be needed for accessibility. But he said, if you want to go up there and you have graphic design, you have any of those kind of services, you can do live workspace in your upstairs condos and lofts. So they relaxed the zoning on that. They took condos in old dilapidated buildings and made them really kind of funky, cool condos. And some of the condos are workspace and some of them are they're living in. And then 9 new businesses opened up in the last 24 months, which is more than the previous 20 years combined. And the president of the Millennium Group is now the communications director for the town. And then a microbrewery opened. A second one's going to be open. Developers are coming to town. Look at this. Festivals are a huge draw and more visibility for the town, even more local pride. It changed everything. He turned them loose. And I think that's really, really, really important for you. And so here's what they want. There was a whole bunch of research done, including moneysense.canada.ca, best place to live in Canada, Great Canadian Van Lines. All of these did research on what millennials look for. And here's what they said, and this is in the priority. Number 1, they want secure jobs or entrepreneurial activity. So for instance, if we said we want to really concentrate on cycling, we could use a really good bike shop right in the middle of your downtown. As a matter of fact, we could use an outfitter in the middle of your downtown so that somebody can go and buy inner tubes and then go to the tire place and blow them up and float the river. And maybe the outfitter has an older van or an old school bus they could use that if they float the river will bring them back into town at takeout points. And they might do, you have a ski hill. Wouldn't it be great if you had an outfitter that actually could rent or sell skis? And then, of course, biking for your trails. And by the way, your trails, you can do fat tire biking, you can do mountain biking, you can do street biking, you can do e-bikes, you can do all kinds of stuff. So having a bike shop there. I mean, I actually, having worked all over the Kootenay Rockies and all, I mean, we've worked, all of us, Soyuz and Penticton and that whole area. We've worked all of the Selkirk Loop and Nelson and Nakusp and all those towns. And they all have a tremendous amount of entrepreneurial activities. Consider this. When we worked in Whistler, I was on the development team for Whistler. You could not pay us enough to stay in Squamish. It was as redneck as anything. I mean, it was like scary for us. We lived in North Vancouver, near the Capilano Suspension Bridge. We'd commute all the way up there. Well, just make a long story short, Squamish is the youngest city in Canada. 40% of its, nearly 40% of its population has come from New Zealand, Australia, Great Britain, other places in Western Europe, the States. They're coming from everywhere. That is the power of, and you know what their brand is in Squamish for economic development? Recreational technologies. So they're actually developing new ski bindings. They're new bikes, hybrid bikes and all these things. They're developing those there, and they're moving there because there's entrepreneurial opportunities. There wasn't already factory jobs. Factory jobs in Squamish are gone. That's number one. So they need a way to make a living or an opportunity to make a living. Number two is safety. So when they go in downtown Grand Forks and they see chain link fences with barbed wire on it, and you see signs on buildings that say you're on video camera, and if you trespass, we're going to prosecute you and everything. If I was a millennial and I was coming to this town and I walked in your downtown today, I'd go, this place isn't safe. That's a perception. And so they want it to feel safe. That's number three is education. Now, if your schools are not highly rated, that does not mean you have bad educators. It's usually a product of the demographic. And millennials pick up on that. I mean, all the generations pick up on that really fast. But that's number three. So we want the ability to somehow make a living, and we want, what was number two on that? Safety. And then we want schools. And then number four, we want to feel like we're part of this town, not on the peripheral. We want to be engaged. That's number four. And then number five is we want some cultural depth. Something, where's your street buskers? I mean, go to Nelson, you'll find street entertainers out there 365 days a year, and even when it's snowing and freezing out. They want some depth. They want life after 6 o'clock. And they will be the first group to tell you that we're not talking bars. We want a place to go hang out. And we want top-notch recreation, which you've got in spades. We want the trails. We want those things. And then, and the sporting facilities. I mean, you got this stuff. And so, we want health. Particularly for kids. How is your health system here? Is it pretty good? Do you have doctors? Do you have, where do they go? I mean, for families with kids, not an issue?
No, we have several new doctors in the community.
Great.
That were well addressed in that area.
Can't have babies here though.
Can't have babies here, that's true.
Okay, but that's something you work on. But these are things that, well, how do we solve that one? But if you start growing again, particularly with younger people, and then transportation, whatever it is, the trail systems are part of that. Any kinds of transportation, you know, school buses, which you have, I saw this morning. And then number 10 is affordability. You know, affordability, there's a lot of people that say we moved here because it was cheap. You want people to move here because it's good, and they might pay a little bit more because they want to be here. So affordability is number 10 on the list. And that's what's really important. They want starter homes, move-ups, nice neighborhoods. Boomers are downsizing, and the younger families are moving into those homes. And so that's your team. So now with that, Mayor, Something you would take on? Would you be okay with that? Creating a young millennials group?
Yeah, I love the cycling theme. I think you look at Carl Brandt's bakery. He's using bike.
Oh, I love it, yeah, loved it,
That whole area.
yeah.
And we have some enthusiasts in town that would like to push that brand and have some artwork with
Great.
recycles in it.
But how about creating, would you be willing to take on creating a young millennials group? You know, have young millennials and maybe they meet with you once a month or once every couple months and you say, hey, you guys, you're our future. We want you to be engaged.
Yeah, I'd love to. Pretty scary what they might come up with.
Yeah, but I think you'll be surprised. But you'll remember I said you have to be able to afford it and it has to be legal. But you know, it's just giving a voice at the table. So if you wouldn't mind doing, I think that would be fantastic. And the reason I have you, it could be the council, it could be any group could do this, but we always think having it come from the mayor would always be my top choice. So, here's number 3. Any comments on all that? No? Okay. Number 3. You need to get some graphic design expertise. So far, everything we've done has been free, but we're only on number 3. You need to get some help. We want to go with the cycling theme. So, one thing you need to know about branding is if you ever go anywhere and you say, I'm from Grand Forks, if anybody ever says to you, gee, I'm so sorry, or they have kind of a negative perception of you, that means you need rebranding or repositioning. And it could be floods, before the floods, you know, the homeless camp shed down the river, whatever it was. But the way to get out of that is you tell a different story. And you say, we are well known for our trails. We have easy trails for families. We've got trails that are great for soft adventure for electric bikes. We've got some great single track. And we're not trying to be the king of that, but we're going to put that front and center. You need to contract with somebody to create what's our tagline, what's it look like, what's it feel like, what are we putting out there? And so I put in here, you could get somebody here, and I've put in there a rough cost of $15,000. And I put down there room tax or grant funds, whether we go to TOTA. So here's my question, where could we get this money to do this?
Isn't that part of the marketing part yet?
Possible.
Budget?
Yeah.
That's in it.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
So would I just put RTF?
Our dividend fund, yeah.
Okay, so let me just get out of this.
RDF.
Oh, RDF, or rural development, duh. Okay. Because somewhere we need to tell the world what you're about, and so we need to know what's it look like, what's it feel like. Okay? And I figure about $15,000. This would be if we need a branding logo. We're not talking about changing the city logo. However, I wouldn't be the first one on the planet to say you need to get rid of settle down. I don't know whether that means this is where you die. I don't know whether that means we're so frustrated we need you to all settle down now, kids. I don't know what it means. But to me, it's not a reason to live here. No offense, but I'm telling you, it's not a tagline I would use as a community. Okay? And so, whatever that is, it doesn't mean we necessarily have to create a new city logo, but we need to know, what are we putting out there? And I'll show you an example. What are we promising people with the cycling and with the rivers? Design of concept ads, posters, a very best of guide, which I'm going to get to, website template, landing page, design of rotating pole banners. We like pole banners that change by season. Wayfinding, signage design, presentation to local organizations. They would go out and present this to local organizations, and it would have all your key marketing messages. And so to do this is what we did in Devon, Biketown, Alberta. So in Biketown, Alberta, we came up with grab life by the handlebars. And then Devon down there, and their tagline down there is enjoy the ride. They're taking 30 kilometers of paved biking trails. It's all street biking. They don't have hotels, so they just want people from Edmonton to come out to Devon for all of their biking and cycling. And it's working big time. But this is the kind of things you need, is what would our ads look like? What would posters look like? And these are the ones that they use. All kinds of different photography. Only a biker understands why a dog sticks his head out the window. And so these are all things they used in Devon. They did all the pole banners all over town. Enjoy the ride. And this is all part of it. They hung up posters in the school, in the library, in City Hall. They have posters that just say, grab life by the handlebars. And by doing this, it just illustrated that this is what they're about, grab life by the handlebars. They even did billboards out there that look along the lines of these. And Devon, which is a town of about 6,000 people, they have now had to create residential subdivisions because so many people with kids that are BMXers and people are biking enthusiasts are moving out of Edmonton and into Devon because it's what they love. They did all wayfinding signs for they have Timber Trail, Canyon Loop, River Trail. They've got a thing called Gear Grinder Hill. I mean, so all of this is part of what that graphic design, that company would do. They did all this logo gear, which they've never even been able to keep in stock. And so with this, we would like you to be BC's friendliest cycling community, which means that if you like biking, this is a place to come. We're not trying to outcompete other stronger biking trails at this point. Hopefully you can earn that over time. With a focus on e-bikes, family-friendly trails, road cycling, BMX, which you have, motorcycles, circle routes would be great. Different kind of cycling. Downtown would be the hub for this whole thing. And then while you're here, once you get done biking for the day, hop in the river this time of year. Float the river, or go into one of our bistros or restaurants or whatever other activities you have. So that would be the details. Now, you okay with that one? So we need somebody to, what's this look like? What's it feel like? What's your tagline? You know, how do we tell the world? So far, so good? Okay, no comments?
We have one that's Adventure Unlimited that's already kind of been branded for us.
Except for the problem is, and I'm playing devil's advocate. Adventure Unlimited could fit Nelson. It could fit Trail. It could fit anybody anywhere in British Columbia. That's the challenge.
And that's a regional brand, right? That
Yes,
was something
it
that
is.
was worked on for
Yeah, but for the bigger the region, the more generic it's going to be.
Yeah.
Because you're trying to fit everything in it. But for you, you know, adventure, first of all, adventure is one of those words that's so overused. I mean, even Vancouver uses adventure, you know, and you think, really, a metropolitan area? And they go, yeah, just go to Stanley Park. I'm going, really, that's adventure? And so that the challenge is, that's a tagline. It still doesn't tell me what you're about.
I like the friendly at BC's friendliest.
And that's not necessarily your tagline, but that's what you want to be known for.
Yeah.
That's what I'm trying to say. Just like Devon is Bike Town, Alberta, is actually their brand, and it's all street biking. They're not trying to outcompete Canmore or Banff. You know, but that's what they're known for. But their tagline is actually just enjoy the ride. But a tagline is only an exclamation point on your key marketing message. But if you said we are the friendliest, because I'm going to have some other recommendation, well, how do we become more bike friendly? Right now, I think you're bike friendly, but it's not really obvious that you are. So, make sense? So sorry to kibosh that, but
No, that's fine.
so, then the next thing I would do, we're going away from this, I would make the intersection of 2nd and Market Avenue a 4-way stop, and I would do that next week if you could. I don't know what's involved. I put in August, I put the city would need to take the lead. I put in $5,000 for a guesstimate because you got to go get the signs. You're going to have to drill out some concrete. You got to put them in place. You might have to have some sandwich boards that say new stop sign ahead so that people can get used to it. Otherwise, they're going to be running the stop sign. We're going to have problems. Comments?
Yes, it is.
Of all the intersections in this town, it kills me that that's, Third is a four-way stop, all the other ones are four-way stops, and your busiest intersection in your downtown where people are doing sidewalk cafe dining and stuff is not? And I get that I'm staying out in the industrial area, so I get the fact that that's the thoroughfare, but I think you need to put a stop sign there. Doable? Mayor, comments?
I think that our plan is to look at the whole city in terms of issues like this, in terms of economic development and safety. So I think doing this as one stop sign at this point may not be as successful as if we wrapped in the whole safety approach that we're looking at to signage and a variety of other items related to roads. But yeah, I could see it happening quickly, but I think it should be done in conjunction. Help me out here.
Yeah, there's a sign review happening right now through MOTI.
Okay, but here, okay, I got to back up a second. Go ahead.
I would love to plan this a little more, like you were showing yesterday, the stamped concrete or where
Yeah,
you properly put crosswalks in instead
Right.
of doing something quickly and rushing it out there. A little bit of planning and doing it right would be my preferred option.
Okay. Here's, and I totally get that. I really do. Somebody came up to me and said, "Have you worked in worse towns than Grand Forks?" And I went, "Are you kidding? Look around you. This place is amazing." But one comment I did say, I don't know that I've worked with a more frustrated community. And so what I'm trying to do is do some things that you could do now, just so that somebody can see something happening. Rather, we need more planning. We need another year. It's been a year since the flood. Has anything happened? And I'm sure things have. But I don't think I've ever met with more frustrated people. And so I've thought, you know what, if you're going to do this one anyway, could you do something that somebody can see some change? And that's the only reason why I was trying to rush it.
And $5,000 is a tight number.
What should I put there?
I honestly, each corner would need the stop, right? And a big
Well,
big holes dug out with.
two corners would need a stop. Yeah, because there's already stops going this
Yeah,
way.
but like to get that dug out, I think 5,000 is enough, like 10
Okay.
maybe.
Okay?
Well, with staff labor. Yeah.
I mean, I called a public works director, a friend of mine, and he says, "Hey, you probably do it for $5,000," but he hadn't been here. So I'd rather overestimate it than underestimate it.
It's not easy corners.
Right, I know, yeah. And I mean, I went and walked it last night and stuff. So realistically, when could it happen?
I think we'd have to do a bit of a communications campaign, put it in the paper and stuff, because the last thing we want is to put stop signs up that somebody can get. And it is a very busy intersection.
Okay.
I mean, if we started getting the message, I think we put it in the paper, get it out.
And you will need,
August, September isn't unreasonable.
okay, and I'll just put August.
Council says, yay, go do it, right?
And by the way,
There you go.
September.
September, that does sound good, doesn't it? So one thing that is really, really important, you're absolutely right about public education. And one thing about, just for everybody else to know, when you put up stop signs like that, you are gonna have to put up other signs that say stop ahead, new stop sign. And some of those things are lit. They actually have, I've seen people put up stop signs that have lighted bulbs that flash, because it's gonna take a while for people, particularly locals, to be educated that those stop signs are there. And luckily, it's already stopped going this way, so people are stopped. But you're right, there is more than just putting in those two signs. And that's just for everybody to know. But we'd love to, I just think of all the people, the pedestrians in that area, I think that would be really great, so. Yes.
I just wanted to make a comment about what you said about doing something visible
Yes.
to the public, and being a business owner, as well as someone personally who lost their home during the flood, as well as belonging to the DVA and knowing all the struggles that, like, my business didn't exist at the time of the flood, so
Okay.
it wasn't like I'm new since the flood. But just like talking to people who come into my business, I'm on 2nd Street, so I get a lot
Okay.
of questions about like what's happening down here, when's Kokomo's coming, all that kind of stuff. And if you weren't intimately involved in the flood, you don't know how much work goes
Right.
into recovering from
Right.
that. And I think, you know, most of our town was not personally involved. And so to them, it was like, yeah, this bad thing happened to our town, but they don't see all the stuff behind the scenes that has to take place. And
Or a
all
sense
the-
of urgency.
Yeah, so I think like showing the public something visible is really important because their sort of attitude, fair or not, is what's taking so long. So
Right.
all of us who are intimately like involved in it, we know why it's taking so long and we know like all the little baby steps that happen behind the scenes, but to most of the town, they don't get it.
Yeah.
And our visitors don't get it.
Right,
A lot of our visitors don't even know we were flooded,
right.
so.
They come in, they
They're
just
like,
see
"What the heck
downtown
is-
boarded
yeah,
up and they
What the heck is
go,
going on here?
Right.
So,
You're right.
I just think that's really important.
yeah. And so we'll do that. That was the only real public works that we had in there, that something we could do right away that could make a difference. And you're right, it's gonna take public education, it's gonna take additional signage. But one thing that's really important when we've done this in other towns is there are a fair amount of trucks that go down 2nd. Those big trucks will always take the path of least resistance. You put a 4-way stop there, they're more likely to go around the highway and come in through the industrial, through the proper where truck routes should go.
They're not supposed to go down 2nd.
Okay, well, I've seen them doing it.
Yeah, they totally do it.
Yeah,
Barely.
Yeah.
yeah,
Oh, yeah,
they do it and they
yeah,
cruise.
like-
And I've seen it every single day we've been here. But this will automatically restrict them. All of a sudden now we have another stop and everything, whereas if they go around, you know, and so we've seen that actually be good news in that regard. So, because you can't police it all the time, you know, so, okay? Doing okay so far? Okay? This is economic development professional with commercial real estate expertise. And we talked about this yesterday, Jennifer, timeline I put August, is it
Yeah, we've.
by the time you hire somebody and?
Yeah, we'd like to, you know, and again, you and I talked about sector-specific commercial real estate experience. And, you know, is there opportunity to vet things out on a project-by-project basis? We put a request for proposal out for a position. We received 4 applications. Only one of those was even worth consideration. So there may be opportunity to tweak it and put it back out. Yeah.
So what,
September.
and what my comments yesterday and to Jennifer and were, with a focus on downtown, I actually see this job being a 2-year job. And your funding was for 2 years?
Yes.
A 2-year job, and I always said, what I want you to do is go get a commercial real estate agent that is in his or her 50s, maybe even early 60s. They're coming from an urban area. They get commercial real estate. They're winding down, and they could come here for a couple of years in a fantastic place. Maybe they'll settle down and stay here. And they would not be paid any commissions, but they would be paid out of this grant. And their job is to go reorganize the business mix in downtown and to recruit retailers and restaurants into downtown.
There's 2 opportunities, Roger, sorry to interrupt.
Yeah.
One is the project that Dale and Pauline and I are working on out of this organization that will include work related to the ag sector, to big industry, to bits and pieces. And then there's the rural dividend fund that sits with the city. You know, I think that the focus on downtown really does rest with the project that sits with the city. In the meantime, you know, we're in the middle of building on what you're doing here and developing a bigger strategy. I think that individual could pay attention to this, but I don't know if it would be their sole focus, right? These are things
Okay.
that we have to talk about.
So
I mean, I think some of it.
Oh, yeah.
will. I mean, there's
Yeah.
definitely items that
Yeah.
you're saying that we're saying, and
Yeah,
that there should
Well-
be a blend.
Crossover.
There's crossover.
yeah,
Yeah.
so this is what you need. And if it's not that person, then we got to go figure out a way to hire somebody to come and bring in this.
I think there's opportunity between those 2 projects.
Okay, And this includes actual property exchanges, work with property owners on lease agreements. It's defining operating hours and days in leases, work with development interests on new downtown development. Work with planning department on zoning overlays, financial institutions. And I've actually done this in the past. And here's what we need. And I will use Jack. Has a great building on a corner downtown. I said, oh my gosh, and we've had this conversation a lot, and I said, I would love to see an outfitter in your store. He's got he's got the upstairs. You know what, I didn't tell you this. We were working in Battle Creek, Michigan. We had an outfitter in a space like yours, and they had a ballroom up above, and and I'm not suggesting you do this, but you know what they did with that? They turned it into a bike test track. So you actually could take bikes upstairs and see how they gear, how they change, and they actually did a test track there. But then in the middle of it, they actually put in kind of these big boulders, like fiberglass boulders stuff, so that you could see how a bike with shocks and everything go over it. And they actually took a place like yours and they turned it into this outfitter. But here's the challenge. And then for John back there, he's got the source and he's got 2 spaces on both sides. But he's got a little plaza right out front and went, oh my gosh, I would love to see a ice cream shop where I can't remember, what was on to your right facing?
It was an optical store.
Optical store. I thought, can we do a little ice cream shop there? And then he's got the little plaza with the fountain, get that fountain working, fill that whole plaza full of tables and chairs. And on both sides of the source, you would have a restaurant on one side and an ice cream shop and a confectionery on the other side. And then you just fill those tables and chairs with the Catalina umbrellas. And so I thought, okay, there's 3 right there. We got a lot more downtown. But here's the challenge. Particularly in Jack's case, he's been fighting with insurance. And almost every single, and correct me if I'm wrong, just about every day it seems like to him, he's being hit with, now we need this, now we need that, now we need to know who your tenants are going to be. He's going, I have to fix my building first, right? Mm-hmm. And so I thought, if we could contract with somebody to go find your tenant, because we also want the city on Market is kind of your destination retail. We would love to see a zoning overlay on Market, just for those 3 blocks. That's destination retail. That means we're not going to have law firms and accountants and all these businesses that close at 5. We need a strip of downtown where people come after working on weekends. And you got a couple of restaurants down there. Now we need some retail to go with it. And we thought if we did a zoning overlay, but it wouldn't be right for the city to go to you, Jack, and say, we're only going to allow you to have a certain kind of business in your building. But if we say, we want you to restrict the kind of business you have in your building, but we will bring you your tenant without a real estate commission, without giving away 6 months or a year free rent, all of that. And so we need somebody on behalf of your downtown property owners to be their real estate agent without commissions and all that being in the way. It's the fastest, it's the most important thing you do, and I have physically done this, and I'm not applying for the job, but this is what I did for almost 10 years. I did it in Whistler. Almost all the retail you find in Whistler today, I recruited 30 years ago. Heck, almost 40. So this was the list of businesses that work in towns of your size. The ones in yellow are already here. You already got groceries downtown. You already have home hardware. You already got coffee shops. You already got bakeries. But the ones that like 6 sit-down restaurants, you've got some of those. You don't have 6, I don't think. You could use a microbrew, ice cream shop, confectionery fudge, a garden store would do well, outfitter with casual shoes, sports gear, pet grooming, gifts and supplies. So what will you do is this person would come in, and we even have more research beyond this. This is not the final list. But we need somebody dedicated to putting businesses back in downtown. But here's another thing that's really important. We need to create a destination retail zone on Market, but we also want to take care of people on 2nd, on 3rd, And we need a place for neighborhood retail. We don't want the travel agent and the office supply store and those to go away. We just want to rearrange it. If you had, what is out on the west end, there is the pub. It's kind of back up.
Station.
The Station Pub. I thought, man, what would it take to get them in downtown? What would it take to get some of these, so you got them together? So that you have this critical mass. This is called rearranging the furniture. Maybe there's somebody downtown that could be in a different location. So this person has to have expertise. We did this in Sisters, Oregon, Jackson Hole, Wyoming, in Ocean Shores, Washington, in a whole bunch of places. And what we need to do is we need somebody that understands. Say, tell you what, accountant, your store would be really perfect for such and such retail. What if we exchange places with another store over here? This is a physical real estate exchange. So they need to have really good expertise in that, because some of these people are owner occupied. The story I've been telling our group over the last couple of days was when we worked in Jackson, Wyoming, we decided they wanted to be the home of Western art, Western living. Population 11,000. And we went into their downtown, and I made a list of all the property owners, and I would go to the property owners wherever they were. 85% of them were absentee, which means I was in Salt Lake City, in Los Angeles, in Bozeman, Montana. I was everywhere. And I'd go to them and say, look, when your lease expires with that travel agent, the pregnancy clinic, I mean, you shouldn't have social services on Market. You shouldn't have social services in downtown, quite frankly. And because it's not highest and best use of a downtown. And I'd go to them and I'd say, when your lease expires with whatever it is, I don't want you to renew your lease. I want you to invest in the building so it'll be suitable for a gallery. And I will recruit, I have a contract with the city, I will recruit the gallery for you, but I also want you to lease it to them for half price. Because we got to keep them alive while we're getting more and more galleries there to make you a destination. And so, and of course what they heard was, okay, you want me to kick out my tenant who always pays his or her rent, you want me to invest in my building so I can lease it out at half price to some unproven mom and pop gallery. I went, exactly. And 2/3 of it said, buy me out, you can do whatever I want. But 1/3 said, I know where you're going with this, we'll do it. That 1/3 drove the other 2/3. Pretty soon the guy that owned his farmer's insurance store said, I can make twice the money leasing this out to a gallery. I'm gonna move over here in town. And actually developers came into their downtown and built areas for neighborhood retail. Neighborhood retail is where the shoe repair is, where the pharmacy is, where the travel agent, the CPA, the attorneys, all those people are in the neighborhood area retail of downtown. And then there right around the square in Jackson Hole was all destination retail. And so that 1/3 drove the other 2/3. The market drove the other 2/3. That's all we need, 1/3. We need to orchestrate the business mix. This is the most important thing right here in all 40 some recommendations I have for you. Is help these property owners recruit the right business mix so that you're not a hodgepodge downtown like you've been. Any questions? Yes.
How do you convince a town that doesn't like to change?
If you don't change, you die. Period. I'm sorry. I actually show pictures all the time that say going back to the way it was is not an option. I show a picture of Mayberry. Ask a millennial what Mayberry is. Or leave it to Beaver. We're not going back. And if the town doesn't change, it dies. But we have videos in there of how to do this. Step by step. Yes.
There's a BC government program called the PMP pilot program, Provincial nominee program, and it's designed to attract immigrants to the communities so they can get their Canadian citizenship. But the pilot program is different in that it's lowered the threshold of how much money people have to put in. It's also made it so that they have to have English competency.
Okay.
And the town says who and what kind of business is going to be. So they can filter it by industrial, so they can filter it by tourism, recreation, whatever.
Yeah, retail, yeah.
Right, and other communities who have signed up to this, and Grand Forks decided not to, are dealing with a lot of the inquiries are somewhat focused, because you know, immigration consultants and stuff like that. And it's not all from the Asian community areas, it's from all the way through. We've got stories about people from Denmark coming in and setting up new businesses in the communities. But a lot of the communities that have signed up for it are getting something like 50 to 60 to 70 people a week contacting them and saying, we're serious about opening up a new business for your community. So this program could almost be a bit of a proxy, because once you put that program, once you sign up and you end up on the register, that's when people who wanted to move to Canada and start a new business go, oh, we should check out this community. So it's almost like a proxy for
Okay.
So I think the township, the city should take another look at it.
So here's my question. From what Jennifer said, it sounds like we don't have this person. Maybe part-time. This is a full-time job for 2 years. And the whole idea is to work them out of a job. They need to work, we need to, and I'm not talking about just Market, I'm talking about all of downtown.
And I'm just going to clarify, we didn't choose not to do it. What we did was we were waiting for this person that's coming on board to work with it, because we don't have capacity in-house.
Right.
To do what we're doing. And it is a pilot project this year, and it is a regional pilot project. So we are interested in it, it's just that we didn't have the capacity, we were waiting for these other positions to come on board.
But even if you get that program that brings, you still need this person. You still need this person to coordinate with them and what buildings are going to go in and work with Jack or John or whoever owns property downtown and work with them on everything that has to do with their business, their leases, their tenants, the hours they operate need to be included in leases. If you sign a lease at a mall, it will say you open at 10 o'clock. If you're not open by 10:05, it's $1,000 for every 5 minutes you open late, because you have to have consistency. So you still need this person, and this person is, I mean, so Jennifer, for the person that you're considering, what is the budget? What was the grant?
It was about $85,000.
Okay, and that's 85,000 is what I would have put down here.
Yeah.
So what do we do about this? It's the most important job that this downtown has.
I think we need to sit down with the city, take a look at the budget that they have, and figure out how we can make this work. We have an obligation to the province to hire an individual who will move forward on a plan that is representative of other sectors, not just downtown. The city has funding for a focus on downtown. So I think, those two projects, and Larry, step in anytime you want, working together, we could get at this.
Yeah, I think that would be good. Also, I think that there's a tough sort of balance here between the goal of trying to increase the economic growth and diversity in the city and the region, and then the focus on the downtown. And I get what you're saying, because all that other stuff, you've got nothing in downtown and nothing driving people here, and you have a better understanding of how important downtown is for that. Although I know the communities I go to that I like to hang out at, they've got a cool downtown.
Right.
Right, I mean, they just do. So, but there's striking that balance is a bit tricky, but it's definitely doable.
Yeah, I think between the two projects, there is enough there
Yeah.
for us to do what we need to do. We just need to sit down quickly, get the budgets together, take a look at it.
And Roger, looking like for Jack and I, it's urgent now.
Yeah.
I have 2 vacancies, and my purpose is to fill this because it's cash flow for me. And if I choose the wrong person, there we go again.
Well, and so, come here, stop it.
Whoever this is going to have to be a bit of a puzzle master, because spaces for rent, both residential and retail in this town are really scarce. It's kind of like one of those 4x4 puzzles with a missing piece. If you're going to juggle things around, it's going to be kind of tough on something.
So, here's, when could this, does the city work on a calendar year budget, or what is your budget fiscal year?
Yeah, January to December.
Okay. I'm trying to figure out when could this happen?
needs to happen in the next couple of months.
I know.
You know, and we've got a posting out, like I say, for the position that will be taking into consideration big industry, and we need to do that. As our organization, you know, is regional in scope, we know that the ag sector is suffering, we have to
Right.
pay attention to that too. So we have a position, you know, that's been posted for that work. This needs to come underneath that, and
Okay,
there needs to be an appropriate budget assigned to it. It needs to happen in the next couple of months.
okay. What are the chances this could happen in the next couple months for the city?
Good.
Really? Okay.
I'm gonna say good.
Yeah, good. I mean, that's,
Direction you can be given.
The big
Okay.
risk, Roger, is.
and remember, this is a contract. We're not asking the city to go
Yeah.
hire somebody for, and then we can, they're a now employee, and now we have a bloated city budget or whatever. This is somebody whose job is to work themselves out of a job. That was my job in Whistler, in Jackson Hole, is everything. I went there. We did, by the way, the person might be able to do this in a year. If it was me probably doing, I could probably do it in a year. But I always give them 2 years because, you know, some things are gonna lag behind with insurance and all these other things that are going on, construction costs. But this person also has to work with banking institutions. You know, so that if Jack says, hey, I'll take that outfitter. And by the way, and just so you know, in my career, and remember, I'm not applying for jobs, so this is not a sales pitch. But in my career, the first 10 years of me doing this, I worked in the music industry. I went to law school to go into entertainment law. I wasn't in doing this stuff. But when I did Whistler and those 10 years that I did recruitment, I recruited $3.2 billion worth of new investment into rural communities and resorts. And I spent a whopping total of $60 on advertising in the whole time. It was knocking on doors. So I would go look at Jack's place. I would see how many square feet he has. I would go find outfitters in Nelson, in Soyuz, in up in Kelowna, wherever we're at, Caslo, wherever we can find great outfitters. I mean, Jennifer, yesterday you mentioned this person will be a good contact. What you have to do is you go knock on doors, and then when I did all my recruitment, I would say one thing to them. It says, we want you in Grand Forks. What would it take for you to open up a second location or move your business to Grand Forks? What would it take? And then from there, I work with Jack, John, whoever it is, the property owners, on how to make it all happen. And if we're asking somebody that has a business downtown to be in another location, I also got to go to them and say, you know what? I would like to group you and the other community-oriented organizations. I mean, even communities everywhere are putting their social services together in one area. This is all what we call clustering in economic development. And so that's what's involved with this. So I can't stress how important this is. And it's a big ticket item, unfortunately. But you know what? If this person does a good job, and by the way, I would put them on a contract for 6 months, 1 year, with 6-month extension. So if they don't perform, they're out. Because you have one chance to do it right.
Yeah, the challenge will be recruitment, because interestingly, with that position, you know, the overarching ECDF, we only got 4 applications. It's a
Right.
challenge, right, recruiting that skill set.
It is.
So that'll be the risk, but we need to sit down.
But here's how I would find that person. I would go to CCIM, which is the Certified Commercial Investment Member Organization. There's 4,000 of them in the US and Canada. These are commercial real estate agents. And a lot of them are in their 50s, their early 60s. And I would go to CCIM and you post the offering with them. We want real estate, not economic development. Remember, I recruited $3.2 billion worth of stuff, and then when I was all done doing that, the city of Vancouver said, could you come and talk to us about economic development? I went, what's that? I had no clue. I didn't come from that side. But I would go to CCIM, I would post it there and say, hey, we're looking for somebody that's been an expert, that's trying to wind down, that would love to have a 2-year project and really put Grand Forks on the map and really get this town turned around. Because what's happened is many, many other cities in your region have really gone and done a really great job. and you just kind of got stuck. And I'm talking about Nelson, and I'm talking about a Soyuz, and I'm talking about Penticton, and I mean, I could keep going on and on and on. And so, I don't want to hammer on this anymore, but I just can't say how important this is, because even if Jack, John, everybody else who has businesses or has property downtown, and once you get your insurance and once you get all of that stuff, you still have an empty building. Now your insurance agency says, you need to tell us who you're gonna have in there. Isn't that something they asked you? Or something like that? They want to know what kind of tenant or?
Yeah, sorry, lease agreements, yes.
Yeah, and he's going, right? I mean, you don't know. And so that's how important that is. Okay, so, any more questions, comments on that? I think I hammered that one home enough, right? So, okay, number 6, downtown bylaws. And we've been talking about this, could we do, we always want businesses to have, speaking feet and inches, 30 inches out in front of their store to extend window displays to exterior spaces. I think there are some blade signs downtown. They're impossible to read. There's nothing organic about them. They're all just they're all the same. And I think, and I put City Grand Forks working with downtown. I mean, you got to work with the businesses on that one. And this is to create these things. And there might be other ones. I know you're working on some other ones. Comments about that?
Does this include that district that you were talking about? Or
Yeah, this is some things we zoning overlay. There you go. This is the Market Avenue, and I haven't gotten to the district yet. I'm coming to that. Destination would assist in selling. So if the city says we're creating some new bylaws for downtown, and the bylaws could be different on Market than they are in Second or Third or other places, but that's a zoning overlay, and in that might have its own set of bylaws. If the city is going to do that, they need the DBA to be working with the merchants as in unison to sell them on it. That, hey, we'll come along as a business committee. This makes sense. So it's not top down pushing something on downtown, that you're actually part of the process. Yeah, thank you. That's what we want. We get it. Make sense? So this is more staff time. Comments? Okay with that one? Good. You're already working. She's already working on a lot of this. Number 7, you have funding for this already to do a top-notch website. You could contract this out with that marketing firm. Remember, say, do a marketing firm looking for you, say, we got another sign, we want you to develop a website for us. And this would be kind of a tourism/downtown website, because downtown is where they spend most of the money. And tourism is the cycling things that are bringing us here. So the cost is there. Is that, did I get that amount right? Was it 25 grand, I think? Yeah. And it's already there for you. And so I think that's really important. And the model, and this would be Desination Grand Forks would own it. So typically on these, we like a nonprofit to own this website. So, and I'm not sure about ownership of the website. Somebody says, well, maybe the city should own the website. I'm going, why? All the other tourism websites everywhere are not owned by cities. They're owned by a nonprofit, a destination marketing organization. So, comments? And then it'll include social media, Go Grand Forks, or whatever the marketing plan comes up with. You need a hashtag that could be used on Instagram, Facebook, consistent. You even put it on signs. Includes content development, trail maps, search engine optimization, photography, videography, the written copy for it. Whoever's going to do this has a lot of work to do. And the best example in the province of British Columbia is Squamish. And so if you go to their website, and it's exploresquamish.com. Oops. I think this turns into a... we're very involved with Squamishes, their whole brand and everything. And by the way, the template that they used to develop this website was $80. It's a WordPress website. And so, but when you top 13 things to do for spring in Squamish County, I can imagine the top 7 things to do in Grand Forks this spring or in the summer. And there's their hiking, there's their craft tasting trail. And all of this is a template that they bought, and all they did is fill in all the blanks. Kid-friendly Squamish. I mean, it's the best site. And you can implement that. You need to have good photography, you need to have videography, you need to have somebody really good to do it. But this is how it could be. You need to put Grand Forks on the map. Look what you have around you. It's stunning, and I'm just flabbergasted. And by the way, even though you're part of TOTA and part of a big region, Nelson has their own. Osoyoos has their own. Most of these towns also have their own, and they fit under that umbrella. Make sense? So I get out of this. So, any questions on that one? Okay? No? Okay, that's already there.
Is the timeline doable?
No.
Okay, when is the timeline doable? The money's already there, you've already hired a firm.
No. Not hired, no firm.
No, I mean in this plan we have, okay,
Oh.
so let me go back. We said to contract, so let me get back here, maybe it's not right. And I put right here, contract, and I put August, September. Is that not doable?
Well, that isn't the problem. Trying to get the web designers and things like that lined up to actually develop sites doesn't just happen overnight, right? This is something
Yes.
over the winter. It was kind of my idea to work on that ready for spring.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, like we don't have necessarily the resources.
Oh, I thought you did. I thought the money was already there.
No, the money is there. The
So
money
you
is
do an
there.
RFQ.
Yeah, like trying to get things organized while you're still trying to do 10 other
Okay.
jobs is a challenge.
So could this job happen in August, September?
Yeah, that's reasonable.
Okay. And
But
if
like
you,
then other things that follow after just take time.
I think what he's trying to get at is that the city staff has been going through an awful lot of
Yeah.
extra workload, and we don't know whether the province is gonna go through wildfire emergencies again this year, and that adds to all that, everything they have to do. And with all the controversy and everything else, they really are.
I can't.
yeah, no,
can't
I want
throw
to make
all
this realistic.
I
So.
can't throw all the resources of the city, at least on my part,
Right.
without council telling me to, into nothing but economic development. We have other
Yeah, absolutely.
80% of
Yeah.
our regular
Daniel,
job we have to do.
With the website, it's part of this fund, right? Is it possible
Yeah.
that
Yes.
our group takes on this website as opposed to leaving it with the city?
So could
You
the
might
Grand
have
Forks
time.
team, the Grand Forks team that we put together,
That team, yes, that's a different story.
Yeah,
okay.
instead of just.
Well, that's what I put. I didn't put city here.
And I know where.
I was gonna have them,
Yeah,
And when and how, but like the idea was to work with Aaron as well, and part of that is trying to sort this out over the next couple months.
yeah, I mean, we might have time on our hands versus.
right?
what?
The Spanish one was done on WordPress.
Yes.
Yeah, and I got a WordPress designer,
Yeah, I mean,
but
like,
I'm trying, I gotta try to.
It's so easy, I made my website.
But, well, that's,
Sell, right? I mean, I think
The-
get a group of business people together, and then we could like visit for the bike trails of,
First
they
we-
have a drone, so we can get filming and photography there. They purchased.
yeah, so here, first of all, I wasn't handing this to the city. I was just saying, the money's there, hand it to this team to do. They'll go out and hire the person, they'll go do it. And the reason I didn't want to do it over the winter is you need photography and assets, and you don't want to film it in January and February. And I mean, we need to film it now, this fall. That was my deal, trying to push it forward. Rather than add more things on your list, I say, well, hand it to them and say, you guys, get this website
To
done.
complete it is.
Well, this would be starting it.
Yeah, so starting is one part.
Yeah, the website-
Completing is,
Right.
like, I look at this as the final date.
Oh, yeah, no. I always say that by the way, a website is never done.
Yep.
It's never done. So this is, I should put September 2019 and ongoing.
Yeah.
But to
That-
get it,
That's reasonable.
is that okay? Just so you can get some video assets, and I was thinking, hand it off to the team and they'll do that. I want them to be doing some of your work for you so that it's not all on your lap. Does that make sense? We okay with that? Okay. Then the next thing I have here was we need some trail maps and photography. Once again, I've had this all going on during this. Develop a list of capital improvements. So once we did Grand Forks team, this team, they would go through and help develop some trail maps. So if you're gonna put cycling out there and people are coming into town, the group of us drove around, we saw lots of trailheads. If you asked me to go find any of them again, I could probably find one or two.
There is a trail map developed.
Yeah, I was just.
Yeah.
Where is it? I couldn't find it anywhere.
There's a magazine, it's the, what is it, Kootenai something Express?
Yeah, I know that one of our counselors, Chris Moslin, has worked really hard on that too, so he would be a great contact person. It's actually a new fellow, he was here, the one that was here yesterday.
Rick, right?
Yeah, you say no for Chris Moslin, but the Trail Society does have that's a hiking and walking trail, so this is an overall, this is bringing in your hiking, your biking, everything.
Right.
To a single location.
That's a good start. Do we have this?
We've got some of it, but the Mountain Biking Association, they've got all their stuff is GPSed in, and the ATV Club has stuff GPSed in. The Grand Forks Trail Society is working on getting everything GPSed in to get it digital, and then combining it into a single location. They can't be all on one map because it's just
Right.
a mess.
You would probably have 3 or 4 different maps because otherwise it's too jumbled and impossible to make out. But our whole idea here is to create something that's printed that we say, I'm looking for the family-friendly bike trails, the paved ones, those, and here's the map for that. And here's another map for the more extreme, the ones that might be loops and up in the mountains.
And
And
that's what this would do, I think, bring all those pieces
yeah,
together.
and I put $15,000 there if you wanted to contract with somebody, but I think it's really important. If we come here for the cycling, I have no clue where to even start.
Correct me if I'm wrong, I'm new, but isn't there a magazine that's its 7th issue already that's, can't remember the name, but the last word is Express?
Yeah, but it is not, he's not doing it this year.
No, but doesn't he have, hasn't
And
he
he
had?
had put out a map of the Trans-Canada Trail in this area, yes.
Right.
And that is out.
So this is, yeah, this is $15,000 to get those resources and somehow turn them into some collateral, we call it collateral, printed materials that you can use to hand to guests, that you would have in local hoteliers would have, or if they go to the visitor center, they can grab that map.
Yeah, and this gentleman's locals. isn't it?
Perfect, yeah, so I put contracted, so contract with them or whoever. Yes.
You see in lots of communities right on the outside of town, they have a bit of a pull-off where there's a facility there, or a place to drop their garbage or walk their dog.
Yeah.
Usually there they have something that at least takes somebody to the direction where they can find the map. Like, not everybody is tied into the GPS.
Right.
They need to see things visually.
Right.
So, I think something of Welcome to Grand Forks where you pull off, you can at least see if you want this information.
Here's where you get it.
Here's where you get it.
Just so you know, before people travel somewhere, they use printed materials 32% of the time. But once they arrive, it jumps to number 1, even more than the internet. So once we arrive, give us something that we could read in our hotel room, we could read in a restaurant, we want something printed. And if we're on a trail, and where you might not have really great cell access and those kinds of things, we want something other than an app or a digital version, and that's where the printed
You
maps
have to
come
make
from.
it really easy.
Yeah, ma'am.
Right there too could be the GPS coordinate that you need to get on also. Like,
course.
you can service everybody that's.
Yeah.
I'm not up on the details, but we have a economic development group doing a trails master plan at a regional level.
Yes.
So that certainly dovetails with this, but there's
Absolutely.
money in that already supplied by the municipalities in the regional area.
Okay, and I put room tax funds that we go to TOTA and ask for. What you're saying I should get out of a different pot?
No, that's probably fine.
Probably right.
I
Okay.
don't know if getting those funds this year from room tax funds is possible.
Okay.
Because they made their plan for how they're spending the money this year. So,
Okay.
that's something that
I could take to them and say, listen, we need to include this in next year's.
Okay, yeah. And what I'm trying to do is just get them done. I put October, it could go August, I could put November. We're just trying to get them ready for next spring. And Mayor, you said there were some other funds that were already available for this,
The
possibly?
Trails Master Plan is in phase 3
Okay.
already, so there's a lot of work being done on it, and I'm afraid I'm not as detailed in it.
Yeah, because a lot of times the master plans are about the trails themselves and not the marketing of them. And I wanted to, sometimes,
Right.
we're developing the trails in the master plan, but we're not doing maps and marketing.
Right.
Jennifer?
Roger, there is another product in play that is also something that has come out of the Regional Economic Development Table. It's a product called 468 Insider app, and I see big potential to market trails through that. It's essentially the presence economy. It was developed by.
Trail Forks?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like you can market experiences and
Right.
they redeem points to drive business downtown.
Yeah.
So the trails can be, an experience.
And we do want, and that's why we want to get that on the Trail Forks app. And so this was, that's where this is. So you okay with this one? You make it happen?
The funding source just may have to be very.
Yes, room tax funds, I could even, just put, so there we go. Number 9. Okay, and we'll take a break in about 15 minutes. This one here is one we talked about, and I'm getting into some marketing pieces. The very best of Grand Forks. And this would be one I'd love to see you do this fall. The Desination Grand Forks team would do this. It'd take about $3,500 to do it if we could get some room tax funds. And I don't know if I added brochures to this. This is one we did in Alpena, Michigan. This is what we're talking about. And they put selecting Alpena's best restaurants, retail, and attractions. And because they were so afraid of the politics, they quoted me on it, which is fine. But I think it's so important for you to promote some of your businesses that are downtown. By the way, each of these people was selected with criteria. They each paid $400 for their panel. But they were selected. It didn't say who wants to be in it. It's not an advertising piece. You always promote your anchor tenants. And so all of these people were in this brochure, and I've got more details for you. And it's just a rack brochure. And the criteria they used was that they had to be highly regarded by somebody other than themselves. So they had to have good TripAdvisor reviews, Yelp reviews, written up in BC Magazine. They had to have good curb appeal. They had to be open year-round. They had to be open till at least 6 in their case. For you, it might be 7. We're trying to get people to be open a little later than 5 in this town. And it must be open 6 days a week. And they had to be unique to you, so we're not putting chains and franchises in there. But okay, and so this is another example. Yeah, Emma.
So you say that each business paid $400?
Yes.
So the $3,500 that you have down there is the cost. Is that $400 for each of these businesses plus $3,500?
It's the 35. You could, in their case, for Alpena, they did not require this $3,500.
Yeah, you probably do.
Because it was funded by the business.
It was funded by the $400. But you may say, well, gee, our business kind of struggling. We're only going to do $300 per panel. And so therefore, this is a little subsidy. That's why I put primarily self-funded, but we may need a little bit extra money. So what I would do if I was you with this, and let's see if I have details on this one, is so you have somebody design it. Now, in Alpena's case, that one I showed you, that $400 per panel paid for the whole thing, including design, printing, everything but mailing. And I'm going to get to that next. But in their case, in Alpena's case, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. So 14 times 4 is 14, 28, 56. So it cost them $5,600. to get it designed and printed. They printed 30,000 of them. I would have you print 15,000 of them. And this is something you don't distribute out of the air. It's when people come into town, if they stop in any place on the, let's say they stop in DQ, Dairy Queen or A&W or somewhere, and on their counter they have a little teeny rack. You ever see those little brochure holders? It has the very best of Grand Forks in it. Even though DQ or A&W or any chain is not in there because they're a chain. But they already got the customer, it's already there. So if they hand that out, wouldn't it be great if they say, oh my gosh, look at this. They also have this and this, this. What we're trying to do is give people a reason to go downtown. Because right now there's no incentive to get off the highway and go 2 blocks. Because they can't see what's on Market. They see what's on Second, and there's some great shops on Second, but they can't see beyond that. They don't know. They don't know where there's anything. And so that's what this is. So it could fund itself totally. I was just trying to have a buffer in there in case we needed to give some people a little better deal. Does that make sense? So what you do with this is, what I would do with this is if you printed 15,000 of them, I would snail mail one to every single household in your service area, which Christina Lake, everybody that, you have about a 10,000 population service area, and I'm guessing usually it's 3 per household, so I'm guessing that, it's going to be right around 3,000 of them. So you're going to mail one to every single person. I'm going to repeat what I said before, so sorry for all of you that heard this before. Is in the envelope is a little card, and on the card it would say, the #1 reason people travel is to visit friends and family. We hope you will hang on to this brochure so that when friends and family visit you, you will share with them the very best of what Grand Forks has to offer. Because we believe that every dining room table should be a concierge desk. When I was doing this in Bracebridge, Ontario, I'll never forget, a merchant came up to me and said, Roger, you know what was so funny? We mailed that out to all these households, and I had a lady come into my store and say, oh my gosh, I got this in the mail. I didn't even know you're here. How long have you been in business here? And she went, 10 years. So you're going to educate your locals of what you have, where it's at. Does that make sense?
So Wendy suggested yesterday, and do you think it would work, that these could be tucked into utility bills?
Absolutely. And then you might, now remember, it is a number 10, a regular like business class envelope, so you have to depend on, but it could be in utility buildings, it could be sent out all on its own, but you do need to have room for the brochure itself, and you need to have room for that card, and I don't know what the postal costs are. So we built in a little bit of budget there for all mailing costs if you needed it.
It's pretty.
Any comments on that? You need to promote your anchor tenants. Now, and the reason this is largely self-funded is so we're not using public money to promote a select group of private businesses. But I will tell you this, that in the case of Alpena, there were some places that said, well, you picked them and you didn't pick me, I'm just as good as them. But they used criteria. They said, well, look at TripAdvisor. And by the way, you would redo this every year. So if another new business opens up in downtown, they have the chance of being on there. Or if a business didn't have good reviews and they built on their reviews and built them up, next year we want them to be included. Or if they're only open 4 days a week, we're not going to include them. But if next year they're open 6 days a week, you're in. You need to promote your anchor tenants. Specifically, tourism and economic development are about business and jobs. You don't promote trails, you promote where we can spend money. We want to rent the bikes. We want to buy the bikes while we're here. We can test them out on your trails. We want to buy inner tubes so you float the river. It's all monetization. Does it make sense? You okay with that? This Grand Forks team has a lot of work. I wish they had a full-time person. I mean, maybe the person that would do downtown recruitment could also help with some of this. You get a go-getter, they could do a lot of this. And then you need a community profile and an opportunities brochure. I have to tell you, I recruited $3.2 billion worth of things, and I used 2 pieces of literature. And here's what they are. And I would have this done. You notice I stacked a lot of this year. We may need to say, "Ooh, this is an awful lot to do in the next 6 months." But this one's 8,000. I'm not sure where the funding would come from, but let me show you what I did. This is a community profile. It actually folds down to 8.5 by 11, so it folds down to this size, and it opens up into a big trifold. So this is the cover, this is the back cover, that's the inside flap. Does that make sense? And so this is Lake County, California, so it's a bigger area. That's out on the inside. So it has a cover, and then we put, welcome to Lake County. We have community service. There's schools, libraries, medical, police, fire, transportation, communication services, recreation, attractions in the area. And then we've got our largest employers, building permits for the year, principal industries, housing units, taxes, property taxes, points of interest in the area. And then special events that you might produce. And then we've got location and climate. Here's our climate, here's where we're located. This is one piece. And by the way, if you do this, you can also give them to your local real estate agents because it is the best snapshot you could ever do of Grand Forks. A lot of times the real estate companies will actually fund it, and then you also can use it for recruitment. So that's the community profile. They're usually updated once a year.
We have one, it's just,
It's what?
we have one, it's just not, it's pretty.
Yeah, it's like 2 years old or so.
Yeah, no, you need to do them almost every year.
Yeah.
And then the second piece is opportunities. And so in Lake County, this is the cover, there's the back cover, this is the inside of it. And in your case, we would do in these opportunities, if I go back to this, we would actually list the retail opportunities in the downtown. We have room for an outfitter. We have 5,000 square feet. We need an ice cream shop. These would all be business opportunities specific. By the way, the days of shotgun in economic development, just say, bring your business here, overdone, never works anymore. You go get the specific businesses you want. All the recruitment I have ever done in my career, I went out and got a specific business. And I know some people have to leave at 10, so they're not just running out. they have businesses to open. And so I recruited all the investment, everything I recruited came from those 2 pieces. That's it. So here's what we've done so far. We have 2 teams in place, the young millennials, right, the young professionals, and our Grand Forks, Destination Grand Forks team. In this case, we've contracted for marketing assistants to look and feel. What's this going to look like? What's it going to feel like? What are we telling people? We put the 4-way stop. We get a recruiter. New bylaws are being developed. Then we got the new website, social media. We've got trail maps. We've got a best of. We've got that best of mailed out to people. We've done the community profile and everything. And all this adds up to about $45,000, $44,000 to do everything that we've listed so far. In marketing, all the things in yellow there, plus this one. Make sense? So now what's happened is this far in 2019, we're armed to the teeth. We got a great website, we got brochures, we got all the marketing materials. We are really armed to the teeth and ready to go. And then, here's the next one we want to do, so here's one for you, Mayor, is by about October, we would like the city to adopt the Market Street District. We're not changing the name from Market Avenue, and here's why. Is when we're on the highway going through, there is a sign that says City Center that way, means absolutely zero to anybody that's a visitor, because City Center is just a designation. It doesn't give any reason to go there. You do have another one down a little further, a blue highway sign that says downtown this way. Doesn't mean anything, it's a designation. If you had signs on the highway that said Market Street District, and then they turn, guess what? It's a destination, not a designation. But for the Ministry of Highways in BC or Department of Highways, whatever it is, They won't change those signs unless it's officially designated by the city. Our goal is to bring people to Market Street District, which they have to go down Second to get there, they have to go down Third to get there, so we want all those businesses to get exposure. And once they're there, we hope to have wayfinding down the road that will get them down to Home Hardware and down, what is that, 72nd, whatever it is. Does that make sense? Doable, Mayor? Yes.
Just play devil's advocate, if somebody took from out of town, are we assuming they know what the Market Street District is?
No, we want them to go, what is that? And we want them to go down there and then they'll see it.
So you even put like logos and stuff where
Pole banners, we do pole banners say, welcome to Market Street District.
some kind of artistic.
Yes.
Show that it's a shopping.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. Make sense? Questions? Doable?
Anything's doable.
Well, you know, okay. And the cost of doing that is really nothing. It's just given us, now we've got an official designation. And this would be that district. So that would be the Market Street District. It starts at City Hall and goes all the way down. This, I put that there because that could be a plaza down the road. So that's what that's about. And by the way, is with this plan, if you say, well, we're going to do this one, we're not going to do this one, and we're going to do that one, but we're going to put that one off a couple of years, you'll fail. I mean, you either have to do it or not do it. And I just can't say it enough. And so I just want to make sure everybody understands that these are the sum of all these parts. I've been doing this for decades. This is all doable. I'm trying to keep it low cost. I haven't put anything that was ultra expensive in here, but all of these things have to integrate. It's a piece of puzzle. If you take a crossword, if you take a jigsaw puzzle and then take out some of the pieces and throw them away, you have a worthless jigsaw puzzle. Same with this. So just FYI. Then we would love to see City Grand Forks, Desination Grand Forks. This would really be all those biking organizations. You got the master trail plan, all that. This is about making bike-friendly town. What do we need to do to make it a bike-friendly town? And that would include like work with local regional bike clubs, use the International Bike Environment Association guidelines, which they have a whole Canada chapter on it. They talk about demographics, they talk about the positive financial, and it might include things like street striping for bike lanes, it might be bike routes noted on public thoroughfares, you know, the trailhead is the next right in wayfinding signage. It include vehicular warning signs, beware of cyclists, we're a cyclist-friendly town. These are all things that you might have a charging station for e-bikes came up yesterday, cleaning stations for bikes if you're out there getting in the mud. Maybe there's even security options where we can lock bikes. And you do have more bike racks, all those in sponsored trails. Their groups are already working on a lot of this. So this one I didn't put separate funding and everything on it because we're just trying to make the list. And these are things we'd apply for separately. And this would be kind of ongoing. I have October through February, so this is just what else can we do to be bike friendly? If you say we're a cycling community and they come here, you better deliver on the promise. So that one there is not rocket science. It's about just getting that going. And then I'm almost done here. We'll take a break. Now, you've got all your marketing materials. You've got a great website. You've got community profile, you have an opportunities brochure, you've got the very best of Grand Forks, you've got some tools now, and now what happens is this team has to go out there and sell all this. You will never, with your brand, which is the British Columbia's, this is not your slogan, but British Columbia's friendliest bike town. Whatever that brand is, remember, you're going to hire somebody to help you flesh that out. You know, what's it look like? What's it feel like? you've got to go sell it. You never, ever, ever go to your community and say, what do you think? Because you know where that leads? Zero and nowhere. We have so much more than biking. We should really be hanging our hat on the rivers. We're really a timber town. We should keep doing, yeah, I mean, I could just hear it now. What you have to do is say, we want to be British Columbia's friendliest bike town. And we got the trails, we've got the amenities for it and everything. We want you to be part of it. Isn't this cool? So you got to go sell it. So what happens is you got to go to Rotary. You've got to go to the city council and sell it. You've got to go to school boards and sell it. You've got to go everywhere you can. You got to go sell it to the provincial tourism and say that's what we want to be known for. I want you to market Grand Forks as that. Make sense? So now you have to sell it. So you need 2 or 3 spokespeople on this team. And so, any questions on that?
Roger, you should change TOTA to TOTA.
Oh, is it TOTA?
Yeah.
What does it stand for anyway?
Thompson Okanagan Tourism Association.
What is it? What?
Thompson Okanagan.
Oh, Thompson Okanagan. Okay. Tourism Association. There we go. Did I have that in other ones?
No.
Okay, there we go.
Fire.
So, that's, oh jeez. This is the 2019 list. And here's my question for you. Is this, how many do I have, 14? Is this doable? Or should we say, no, we need to stretch it out? Is it doable?
There's absolutely no emergencies happening in town, then anything's doable.
Yeah, but most of this is not relying on the city, it's relying on Destination Grand Forks team, which right now is a bunch of volunteers. They're carrying the lion's share of it. They may not have the money to do it, but we want them to carry. We don't want you to, we're not relying on the city or community futures to do all this. We want the private sector to step up and do it. And they also, like you said, they may have emergencies too. Right? So you're right.
Yes, it is.
Okay? So, you guys want to take a short break? Let's take a break and we'll come back in like 10 minutes. Okay. All right. So you get, this is that list for this year. And so this year is kind of getting you ready, putting Grand Forks on the map. And then next year is now we need to get going. Now we have a person to help recruit the businesses, the business mix. And so far what we're doing is we're promoting cycling, we're promoting business opportunities in downtown, and we're putting Grand Forks on the map telling a different story, that we're a friendly cycling community. That's what we're about. And so now you say, okay, so now we kind of got our marketing together, we got somebody to help recruit businesses into downtown. So then what comes next is some little things like, and is that Service BC that has the chain link fence and barbed wire in the middle of your downtown, which you call a historic district or a cultural district? That's ridiculous. And so I would, it just says that it's not a friendly place.
What about if they painted the barbed wire with nice colors?
That would be better than nothing.
Would they be part of that relocation piece?
They would be. I mean, why do you have an industrial-oriented place in the middle of your downtown, right across the street from your top restaurant? I mean, it's just like, how did this happen? But now, the point is, I don't care about the past. All we care about is today's the first day of restaurant life. We're dealing with these issues. Now's a great time to change it. And even if they stay there, if you did fences along that line would be great. Or do what the bakery's doing with the bicycles. Now, I understand that, oh, we got vehicles in there, but I mean, it just makes you look like a police state. And I just think you could do something like that. You could do something, even like this. It's still metal, but it's got wood frame, and so at least it looks a little decorative. I mean, wrought iron would be fine. I mean, anything but making your downtown look unsafe. And so this is something that I would really push them on. And if I go back to that, you know, I put in there for a timeline, you think they could do it in January, February next year? You put the pressure on now and it gives them 6 months, 7 months, 8 months to raise the money. So what does Service BC do?
It's a government run, it's not just
I know.
MOTI in there.
I know they're everywhere.
It's the
So-
gateway to accessing provincial services in small roads.
Okay, so what are the chances of getting them to do something that would help the town that they're in the middle of?
It depends on whether,
Can you talk to Gina?
I know this.
I mean, we'd actually like them not even be there because that's a prime, but I thought this would at least be a short-term something. You know, I kept thinking, why do we have them in the middle of your shopping district? When they should be in light industrial.
Like we are over here.
There's a
Yeah.
lot next door open.
What's that?
There's an open lot next door.
So I don't know,
but you guys swapped over.
You don't want us downtown.
Not on Market, but maybe off of Market.
well, we'd love to have you downtown. I mean, we're not trying to kick people out of
No, I'm
downtown.
saying, yeah.
But I'm just saying the highest and best use along Market is retail, destination shopping. I mean, that's that one place, and then you have light industrial, I mean, where they park trucks and everything there. I mean, it just doesn't make any sense. So this would require maybe city getting on them. Who would get on them? Who would help take the lead with them?
I think we start informally, I'm just about to text her right now.
Okay, good.
And see where it goes.
Okay. And what we're trying to do is make downtown more inviting.
Yeah.
And I wouldn't start by saying we want you to move. I would start by saying, can we swap out your fence?
Yeah.
And make it, you're part of downtown.
Pretty active, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So, I love that fence. That was a little town of Helper, Utah. Population is about 800. So anyway, okay, so that one's not, it might be a big deal, but, and then we would contract for designs of a city. This is wayfinding. And I've said this, that your wayfinding that you have needs to be redone, period. First of all, the signs are impossible to read, the lettering's too small, it's too overly condensed. I mean, everything about what I saw is a start over. And I think what happens is when you hire graphic design people and not professional outdoor, what we call environmental graphics, you need to start over. I think it's better than nothing, but I couldn't even read the signs to tell you on top of them. Then you have some signs that point down into the ground, which I don't know if you want people to make a U-turn in the middle of a block to go back to the restaurants or whatever. It just needs to, somewhere you need wayfinding, and I think you need to hire a company that does wayfinding. The cost to design, I went and emailed a bunch of people yesterday, and the cost to design a citywide wayfinding system, including trail signage and including pedestrian wayfinding in your downtown, would be about $40,000 to design the system that doesn't build signs. I put down City of Grand Forks Community Futures might be able to help with grants or whatever. Does this make sense? But wayfinding in all this deal, that this is after the floods and people came in, and Community Future, you guys kind of took the lead on this, right? And wayfinding kept coming up over and over and over and over and over. And I think maybe what happens, the city got so much pressure that let's just get something up. I'm not too sure. But the signs that you have first of all, we found many trail signs that you would only find when you're half a block away from the trail. The signs that are in downtown you would only find once you're downtown, but then you have like white on light yellow so you can't read it from a vehicle. You never put more than 5 items on a sign. And so let me talk about this for a minute. And I put this for next year so you can apply for grants this year. But wayfinding signage, that's Pittsburgh, California. It should be decorative. There's that sign right there. This is about $750 as an aqueous coating. So graffiti, paint, ice won't stick to it. It's on an existing power pole with stainless steel hardware. And then, by the way, if I go back to this, they also have this sign right here that tells you where parking lots are in their downtown. So you could even have signs like this in downtown that would show where Home Hardware is, that doesn't just end at Market, and what's up on 2nd and 3rd and 5th and the other areas of downtown. By the way, no city there's no city that's implemented a wayfinding system that has not seen an increase in retail sales and services. So it is an investment. It is not an expense. And so you gotta hire professionals, and it is as much as the science is an art. It's viewing distance, like 1-inch tall letters for every 30 feet of viewing distance. You have to have leading, which is a space between letters for readability. I mean, it is incredible. These are like $4,000 freestanding signs versus ones that are mounted on existing power poles. But never more than 5 items on the sign. This has 1, 2, 3, 4 because some of those take 2 lines. Those letters, by the way, are about this tall. So yours are about half the size they need to be. And signs like this here would be fantastic with your setting. That's in Woodlands, Texas, by the way. 6 Pines, it tells you the street you're on, but it's all Helvetica, you know, I mean, it's easy to read. And by the way, navigation systems are not a substitute. Because and this is why I say what you have is better than nothing. If I hadn't seen the sign that said Splash Park and whatever else is on it, I would have not even known you had one. So and by the way, this is not a criticism of anybody. It's just that, what can we do better if we have another shot at it? And so I don't want anybody to go and say, well, they sure did a crappy job with that, because that's not what this is about. But there are things on the signs that I would not have known. But there's also other things that point down in the ground. You never have hours. And so whoever designed it didn't really have a knowledge of wayfinding. And no offense. But it plays a major role in your branding efforts. It might have a cycle motif on it. A major component in your marketing efforts. It reinforces positive experience. By the way, the colors you need to use need to fit your highway standards, green and blue typically, and you can't have different, you have a whole bunch of different colors, so whatever you put on the highway won't match what you have in your downtown. It all has to be coordinated. And so this is what it does. And I wanted to make sure this was in your plan, and it is as much a science as an art. I work with a guy named Todd Mayfield. When you design a plan, you'll get information like this. What you get for that $40,000 is actual construction documents, fabrication documents. So it is not just, here's what the sign looks like, and it gets right down to the materials you use, the height, the width, the lettering. There's always a thing called a message schedule. This is a message schedule. So there's going to be a sign here, and here's what's on it. I mean, you've got to hire professionals, and you need to have fabrication ready drawings so that you can take it out to bid for building signs, and you can even have Public Works install them. Now, I have seen many cities, they will have a Public Works department actually design their wayfinding, and I have to tell you, in Pitcher Creek they took out theirs, in Vermilion, Alberta they took out theirs. In almost every city that has done that, they end up taking them out. So, even if they have a sign shop. So this is Mount Vernon, Illinois. This is in Old Strathcona, in Edmonton, on White Ave. But it even says public washrooms ahead this block, 2 blocks. And by the way, this one here, you can see from vehicles, this here is for pedestrians. It's a smaller font. But it's always decorative. These are the ones that are in Bracebridge, Ontario. So on the backs of the sign, they just put Bracebridge. But they all have the right size fonts on. There you go. I mean, that's a little bit different. And the speed limits are the same as your downtown, right where that sign is taken. Notice the size difference? You have to be able to see it at least a block away. And they call that a decision point. Where am I going to go? Because right now you go halfway down a block and there's a sign and it tells you to turn around in the middle of the block if you want shopping. And so that's what you have to redo. We do have, and system design guesstimate, I put in 40,000. There's a lot of grants for that. Are there? There usually are transportation grants for things like this.
Yeah, maybe, like Larry, would that be a real dividend fund potential project?
Depends how much of it is, well, you wouldn't have a lot of stock infrastructure, so I can think of
You know, some of that.
A lot of times it's a planning grant.
It's the plan, yeah.
It's a planning grant.
Just the planning stuff.
Yes,
You can do that on the.
Yeah,
yeah,
which is open right now, but,
okay.
As of Saturday.
Who would be willing to take that on right now?
the deadline closes Saturday.
Now, when does the next round go? I have this in next year.
It just opened.
Oh, just open, yeah,
June
so,
15th to August 15th.
Why are you looking at lead gen?
it's, they're not that onerous.
Dee Dee isn't here, so I can make her do it, right? Right, Cindy? I'm not supposed to help you with those, but I will.
There you go. Larry's
Okay.
gonna.
Okay, so probably.
We can work.
Yeah.
Great,
Yeah,
that'd be
they're
great.
not that bad. As long as someone's working on it, right?
Right, and this is the plan, and by the way, do you have district engineers that work for the province, provincial highways?
Yeah.
You need to bring them in on the process of this so that they, because remember, your wayfinding needs to start on the highway. And I know you say, well, we're in charge of the surface streets, so we can put in our wayfinding, but we need to get people off the highway. Right now, there's one that says city center, and there's one that says downtown. They're two different colors, they're different. And I think the provincial government is even, you have a lot of sign clutter. That's theirs, not yours. And out there, I mean, there's visitor information. The only thing I saw off the highway that you have is signs that said city center, a sign that says downtown, and a sign that says visitor information. I did see, I think there's a RV, a dump site or something. There's a couple of those signs, but they're kind of hodgepodge. But there's really nothing that gives me incentive to turn down second or third or fifth or,
I did try to think of the notice of signs coming in, I did notice, I think there's 2 or 3 for the museum.
Yes, and there is for that, well, it says visitor information and the museum at the gallery.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. So there is some, but there's not really anything for downtown. We actually did a video that talks all about wayfinding. Todd Mayfield and I go way back. He and I have done like 20 or 30 wayfinding systems. He does, I don't do them, I don't get any money out of it. We work with him, but he's very, very good at that. There's also Corbin Design. They're based out of Michigan, northern Michigan. And then this is Cloud Geshen, they're out of Philadelphia. But you need to get people that are professionals in environmental graphics. And by the way, there's 2 kinds of wayfinding. There's institutional wayfinding. When you walk in a hospital, it says obstetrics this way, x-ray this way, or in a mall or a university, they have wayfinding. That's institutional wayfinding. This is environmental wayfinding. And it needs to be people, that's what they do. Because they also, when they design those signs, they have to meet or exceed federal highway standards. So that if somebody hits a sign, it falls away from a car rather than on a car. Things like that. And so that's why you need to do more than graphic design on that. Any questions on that one? And I put it in next year. So if there's grants available now, by the time they come available, maybe you get a head start on it. And by the way, when you hire contractors, the days of doing RFPs are over. Always do an RFQ, request for qualifications. You find you can do it, you say, we need a wayfinding sign in our town, we want to know why we should hire you and why you're the most qualified. Because they can't even give you a bid to do it because they don't know the town. They don't know how many streets and population and highways and district streets versus city streets and all of that. But we always say do RFQs. You do it in a page, you go to the person that you think is most qualified, and then you say, okay, now you're here and everything, how much are you gonna charge us? And if the price is too high, or you don't like their methodology, then go number 2 on the list. But sometimes our company, we don't even respond to RFPs. We have a process we go through that has a 100% success rate. Why would we want to go through your process? And why should you take the time to develop the whole process? So it's just a quicker way to get some of these. Next one, so now we hired that person, right? We got that person, we got marketing materials, we got community profile, we got everything. This is when in January of next year, they're out there recruiting for you. They're out there doing this, they're going. So we've got 6 months to get them, get the funding and everything, and we want them to actually live here. We don't want somebody that's doing this in Kelowna and they're gonna come down once every 2 weeks. They need to be Jack's best friend. Really. I mean, it's that important that they are working hand in hand with you. Right, Jack?
Lucky them.
Yeah. Oh boy, I think we just lowered our number of candidates. No, I'm just kidding. But, so this is where so now, I mean, I put in here, we hire somebody, this is where they start working. We've got all the information for them, we spent 6 months putting the area together, let them hit the road. I have to tell you a short story. The very first public sector project I ever did, remember 10 years I worked in resorts and development, recruiting. Then I get a call from a city manager in Ocean Shores, Washington, who lived in Seattle called open source. Because 70% of Washington residents go to the Oregon coast, not their own. I drove out to Ocean Shores and the gate was falling down, there was abandoned cars in their downtown. I mean, and I got it. I got why they called it open source. Little 1950s mom and pop hotels like the Gitchy Goomy Motel. And I went, oh my God. I almost turned around and left because I built new stuff. But then I went, you know, I should at least go talk to the city manager. There's a guy named Mike Pence, not the vice president of the States, but a different Mike Pence. And I said, Mike, I'm really sorry, my name's Roger Brooks and everything, but I don't know if I want to be doing a fix-up like this. And by the way, you're far better off than Ocean Shores was. And he said, when I was hired, I almost did the same thing. So he said, we want you to come in here and turn this town around. Never worked in public sector. So I said, well, I have some conditions. And so I told him my conditions. He says, I think we need to meet with the city council in executive session because we're talking about a contract. So we sat down with the city council. There are 5 city council people. It's a council manager form of government in the States. And Mike was the city manager. And I went to the council in closed session. I told them who I was. And I said, if you want me to do this, and my job, by the way, was to recruit development into Ocean Shores. It was pretty much the same thing as yours. I mean, it was, you know, like where you have the confluence of rivers, I think it would be a fantastic boutique hotel there. Still, with public access to the river, wrapping around it and everything, it would be unbelievable. It would be high-end. You need some little more upscale lodging. And so anyway, I said to him, here's the deal. If you want me to do this, I will take a leave of absence from my business for 3 years. I will move to Ocean Shores. But I need to know who's going to run the Ocean Shores Development Association. They said, well, you would be. I said, no, I'm not going to run the organization. I'm going to be your recruiter. I need to know who's going to take the minutes of the monthly meetings, who's going to do the annual dinner. I need to know who's going to call people, who's going to take care of the finances, but you would be the executive director. I said, no, I'm your recruiter. I want to spend 90% of my time recruiting the development you want in this town. And so he said, well, maybe you should talk to the Ocean Shores Development Association board. So they called a bunch of people, and within a few hours they got the board together, and I told them that, and almost all of them quit. We developed a new board of doers, not directors. They said, we get it. I'll take care of the money, you take care of the meetings and notices, somebody else will do this, and they did that. And then I went back to the city in closed session, and I said, by the way, chances are you will not be reelected. Because we're going to come in here and we're going to make a difference. We're going to turn this town around. They had no sewer system. It was all septic and it was running through the beaches and in their water and everything. I mean, their roads were failing. They called it open source because it was a sandbar. And the logs were under the road and the logs were rotting. It would leave these big dips and everything all over. I mean, the place was a nightmare. And every single council person said, I'm in. And we went out there and I recruited $450 million worth of development in 36 months. But it gave rise to a group of people called Citizens for Responsive Government. You're not listening to us. And 4 years later, when all their elections came around, they were not reelected. The new council came in, Citizens for Responsive Government. They fired Mike Pence, but we had brought in $450 million worth of new development. 4 years later, they're saying, why did we ever let that go? Why did we ever let that go? And by the way, they now have a new convention center, new fire equipment, the top-rated EMS, emergency medical services in the state, and they redeveloped all their streets, all their roads. They put in a $60 million sewer system. They did all the things that they needed to do, and the commercial tax base recruited, which fit in 1 square mile, paid for it all, and they still have one of the lowest property taxes in the state of Washington. But that's what it takes to do this. And so that's, for here, it's like, what do we have to do to get these businesses back on their feet, get the right business mix, rearrange some of the business mix? And so, I just thought it was important to tell you this. Downtown, I'm not gonna go through all this, we've done it, but in downtown, on Market particularly, we need 10 places to sell food, 10 places that are destination retail, and at least out of those 20, half of them open after 6. Downtowns are where we go after working on weekends. And I'm not going to go through all this. I just want to make sure this was in your plan so you have this reference later, because we did this yesterday morning. And so I just want to make sure I included this. Antique malls do 10 times the business when they're together. I mean, auto malls do 7 times the business when they're together. Food courts, lifestyle retail centers, all of these. It's clustering. We need to do that. Neighborhood retail for local things. You can have we have many where they have a district that's social services, where they're gathered together, and then downtown should be restaurants and retail. And sometimes you have to orchestrate the effort. And if you get 1/3 to do it, the other 2/3 will come. The market will dictate it, and they can make more money leasing it out to something that's more conducive. And then in January, all of next year, you'll be working with your property owners and extending their business hours. I mean, this is going to take a whole year to do. It doesn't cost anything, but we need to have something open after 5 o'clock. I mean, I would work with businesses. Be open by 11. I'd rather have you open late and close later. Just Fridays and Saturdays for 3 years. Here's what you have to remember. If we're coming here to golf at Christina Lake, or to be on the lake, or to be on the river, or to be cycling any of your trails, or to be hiking any of your trails, or to be fishing on the river, we do all of that stuff during the day, and at the end of the day, we come back into Grand Forks and you're closed. I got here Monday at 5 o'clock. I stayed at my little Airbnb place. I found out they didn't have hangers. You know, they have an Airbnb, but no place to hang clothes, and I'm here on business. And so then I said, okay, I gotta rush back downtown. I rushed downtown, and at 5:25, Home Hardware is already closed. Then I thought, okay, it's working kind of late tonight. I gotta get things there. So I'm gonna head over to Save On Foods at 5:25. At 5:30, they're already closing out their deli section, you know what I mean? Where you get chicken and things, quick things for me to eat. I mean, the whole town was like, I don't believe this. We're not even at 6 o'clock and the whole town is shut down. So if you want to spend money here, you can't. You have to go to Castlegar or someplace else. I decide, do I head back down in the States, go to Colville, do my shopping, then come up here and go, no, I want to spend my money in Grand Forks. So this is going to be really important. Make sense? These are all low-hanging fruit things, but it's going to take a long time to do that. I would do a buying co-op for blade signs. I think do you have some blade signs downtown? I don't think they're effective, I don't think they're readable, and they're not organic to the business. They're just little brown signs that you only read when you're a few feet away from them. And I think that businesses get together and work with a sign company to get signs like these. This is in Leavenworth, Washington, if you've been down there. Restaurant, train store, collectibles, chocolate, you know, instantly what they're about. But it's part of the character of the downtown. And I think these are really, really important. But you need to do this, and I want to include, we've also talked about these. This is in Nantucket, In Massachusetts, there it is from a different angle, but fairly consistent height and size. And this is Carmel, California. And so you want some organic things to your downtown. You want the signs to reflect the business. But you do need perpendicular signs, because when we're walking down a sidewalk or in a car, we see signs that are perpendicular to us. And so these are Canmore. Canmore is, I love those signs on the left, but I could show you Banff, I could show you, all the best towns have great blade signs. All of them. I love that, that's in Canmore. Kitchen Boutique, it's really simple, it's really easy to read, you know instantly what it is, and you can see it from a block away. Right now, I want you to go down to Market sometime and just stand on the corner outside a Wooden Spoon and look down the street. You don't see one single sign, and there's no incentive to walk down there. This is in Lethbridge. Those are built 100-mile-an-hour wind loads. It gets a little breezy out there. And so you can see they were just putting these up, and they can always change the gut. That part where it says the residence, you can always change that, but those things are all fixed. So there you go, there's some general rules. That's 2 meters, 2.7 meters, and 1 meter for size. So that's blade signs. And I think you do a buying co-op for that. What you do is you go to a sign maker and say, look, we got 7 of us businesses downtown. We want to do blade signs. And a lot of times we've seen sign makers, they'll give you a 30% discount because you're buying a quantity of them.
All those little ones that are not effective, that's what we did. So, yeah.
Yeah, but I would, you know what, and by the way, but once again, it's better than nothing, but you can't really see them, you can't read them. I think it's a script font. You never use script font on signs. You know. So this is kind of a down the road. This is all next year. Little things you could do. Develop crosswalk designs. This is something that you might, it's about $8 a square foot. We talked about this. This is called StreetPrint. They are based out of Vancouver. It's a Canadian company. And they do this. They'll do whatever designs you want. And what's really great about this, that is not painted on. It is actually embossed down in the asphalt about this much. So you can do snow removal over it right now, and you can do whatever design you want. You can make it all bicycle wheels. And I even thought for your intersections, I'd love to see just a big bicycle wheel right here with the spokes going the different directions. I think it would be really cool. Because if that's your brand, this is a whole intersection. It's all stamped. And what's really cool about it, here you can actually see how far down it's stamped down into the asphalt. And this is a pigment dye kind of a thing, and it lasts for 25 years. And so it's called Duratherm. StreetPrint is a company, and the process is called Duratherm. And here you can see they've laid down all this pigment, that's not paint. And then they've stamped it down in there, and you can see how it changes the color and everything. And so once they do the design, they could go do crosswalks all over downtown. And I think it'd be really great. You can see here, these are not paver stones. They just did this side, they did this side. You could drive on it 5 minutes later. So then they're doing the other side over there. And we think this would be great because these, I think somebody said you're painting these like every year. And most of these in your downtown are totally worn off. You can't even tell there's crosswalks. And so why don't you do something that lasts a little longer? Yeah, it's a little more expensive, but it's going to last longer. You don't have to do it every year. I don't know what it costs every year for you to stripe and repaint all these. And it looks like nobody cares about sidewalks, and it looks like it's been there for 20 years looking like that. It hasn't. It's been a year. Paint doesn't work.
So over the years, there was actually ruts being formed just from the paint layers. We cut them out last year and repaved underneath there, so there's fresh pavement.
Well, that'd be perfect for StreetPrint because it gives them a nice surface to work on.
Yeah.
And there are grants for even, we've seen towns, I think Kelowna did these. And many other towns have done it. But we even thought, wouldn't it be cool if you did on 2nd and 3rd, I think your 2 core intersections downtown, if you did a big, just something in the middle even, decorate the actual intersection. It slows traffic down, it creates visual interest, and it could reinforce your brand.
We could start with that, but it sure be nice to see that whole Market District outlined with that kind of a stamping theme so that it would really
make it identified
Right.
as this is your market district.
Yes, and if I didn't put it in here, that's an intersection right there, and it's all just stamped. And by the way, if I didn't have it on, oh yeah, I think I have it coming. Then, so that one there, you'd apply for grants. This is all into next year. It's just about, let's start making downtown look great. And it doesn't have to be just on Market, you know, it can be on Second, it could be on your, you know, just everywhere. I mean, down the road 5 years, I'd like to see mid-block crosswalks. Why not? You want to make downtown about pedestrians. Then this one here is right now you do a farmer's market, and I saw it on Tuesday morning, and it's on the highway. The problem is, it ran from what, 8 to 10 or 8:30 to
1.
8 to 1? And so the challenge is, we're all at work. Farmers markets in downtowns happen in the evening hours. I thought, wouldn't it be cool? Could we get that market to maybe do one, they do it on the highway where they get all the highway traffic, I get that. We want them to be successful. Could they do a second one on a Tuesday evening or a Thursday evening, and you put it on Market, you close off Market? And by the way, here's something that's really important. When you do a farmer's market in a downtown, you do not put the booths up against the sidewalks. It blocks your retailers. You put your booths back to back down the middle of the street, so that if this is your
We
street,
won't be able to do that. I gotta
are you telling me fire?
fire, yeah.
I hear that excuse all the time, and it's
No, I checked-
unfounded.
I checked yesterday with the fire department on that, but,
Okay.
we can be creative, we can maybe work
Well-
with them on some stuff, but.
Yeah, but what we usually do is we'll do booth to booth like this, and then we might do 3 in a row, like this, and I'm not doing very good. And then there's a drive-through, a pass-through, and then you do 3 more like this. But if there's no cars over here in every town, and I haven't measured your streets,
Yeah.
but in every town, if we get rid of all the cars that are on here, there's still enough room for emergency access, so I totally get it. So I haven't measured your streets, but my whole point
You
is,
can super easily shift that to one side.
Just a little bit enough
and
for an
create,
access.
access
Yeah.
along one side.
you could.
One lane open and one
Yeah.
lane blocked.
Yeah,
But my whole point is, usually what we do is we put the booths here, and then you have all your merchants are being blocked off, and then they complain. So all I'm trying to do is, so yes, if sometimes sometimes emergency access, they want both directions. You don't have a one-way street.
No, they only need one lane.
They need one lane.
Yeah.
So yeah, if you shift these over, but my whole thing is, we want to make sure that the merchants, that the merchants that are along in here, they get all these pedestrians are here and not just blocking them off. That's all I'm saying. So however you do that.
Yeah.
But we'd love to see, I always say the best markets are in the middle of your downtown. You always want to put pedestrians where they can spend money. And so, make sense? So that's pretty easy. I think that'd be great. Low bat, oh shoot. You know, I have to tell you, the school district saved my bacon. Because John, I actually showed up with this computer, and I did not bring my power brick, and I have a newer Mac that has USB-C, and I could not get Walmart, I could not get Amazon, I could not get anybody to ship me one, and John didn't have any of these new ones, and so the school district over here, John called, and they said, you know, Roger, we have 2 computers in the entire district with this fitting. We're gonna let you borrow this. But I just see low battery, so. Let me just plug this in.
not only are we bike friendly, but we're friendly.
You are. I gotta tell you that every single person I've met in Grand Forks has been exceptional.
You should use that.
Yes,
Well, that's what I like, I think for me, because
you're absolutely right.
I moved here 8 days before the flood. I'm from Victoria, 42
Okay.
years I lived in Victoria.
Oh my gosh, I grew up in Friday Harbor.
Okay.
Okay,
And yeah, we came here totally by fluke. Actually, we spent the last year and a half in Kelowna. We had a gentleman that was working for us, subcontractor for my husband's company. And he said, yeah, after September, I can't do any more work for you because I picked up a job in Grand Forks. We were like, where the hell is Grand Forks? Like, where are you going? He's like, oh yeah, it's like 2.5 hours that way. So we like to do drives. So one day we just thought, hey, we're gonna get in our car. It's Sunday, nothing better to do. Let's go find this Grand Forks place. So we drove out from Kelowna and stumbled upon the Wooden Spoon and thought, oh my God, this is our town. Everyone's saying hi to you on the streets. People are like, you know, want to know what you're doing, stop and chat. They're chatting at you from one table to another. And we were like, after spending 1.5 years in Kelowna, we were like, holy Hannah, like this is awesome. So when you said, yeah, friendliest bike town, I was like, yeah, that's great because we're friendly for bikes, but we're also just friendly in general.
Yeah.
So.
I mean, I have to tell you, when I got here on Monday, I met a gal named Abby. I think she has the Airbnb, and it's over in the industrial zone. Her husband built like a church in the lower floor, and I'm above. It's on 64th and Como. Como and 64th or 62nd or 70th or whatever it is. Hard to find, but navigation will be there. But I gotta tell you, she said, you know what, we don't even lock the doors. Our church is open. If you need to get closer to the internet, just go downstairs below your unit. And we don't even lock the door. And I came downtown and I saw all these security and everything and said, well, it's not as safe as what she said. See what I mean? Those are those impressions you get. But then, when we started doing this work, I met John and I said, the source, I was online trying to figure out. And so he bent over backwards. He said, I went in the store. He says, I've got these, but they're just the MagSafe, the old ones. And he said, let me see what we can do. And he brought me an outlet one. And I mean, you know what? And it's just been that way. It's just everybody we've met. It's phenomenal. So when I say, well, you need to redo wayfinding and everything, this place is phenomenal. You moved here from Kelowna, which was pretty phenomenal.
We moved here for basically for the Wooden Spoon.
That's why you promote your anchor tenants.
I think Kayla gets a commission out of that.
Yeah. We bought 2 houses here too, because the first one flooded. We just bought another one, so we're spending money here.
Now, the first time we talked about organizing your business hours and everything, that was when you do the recruitment to make sure when you bring businesses in that we expect them to be open certain hours. This is now working with downtown, extending their open hours. And I'll double check this. I still got some work to do when I get back home. But this is, once again, is on Market mainly. If businesses on 2nd or 3rd one or other streets want to close a little earlier, we're fine. We just want one area where we can go after working on weekends, where things are open. You ever heard the word shopping and dining used together? Duh. So, we even have a video how to do it. And I could go into it, but I don't have enough time today. But this tells you how to do it without costing the businesses an arm and a leg. It's a shared worker program. Now, we do new pole banners. So here's what happens is we're getting ready this year. Next year we start to do stuff. So if we can get StreetPrint to do decorative crosswalks, now we put new pole banners on Market Street District. So on the poles on Market, you do welcome to the Market Street District. And we start doing those next year. We don't want to do them this year because we still got a lot of work to do down there. But next year, by April, we're hoping that we can get new pole banners here. And I'm not sure about funding. All these things I'm going to still fine tune a little bit. But this is about what it costs. And by the way, you can still have pole banners on 2nd, on 3rd, on 62nd, or whatever it is back there where Home Hardware is. But these ones would be different on Market because we really want people to understand you've arrived at our central little shopping and dining district. Make sense? So that's there. Raise money for downtown beautification. This is one where notice Desination Grand Forks, I didn't put team there, but just you get it. We want beautification downtown, and we talked a lot about this yesterday, but for some people I'll show you. And maybe the city would say, hey, you know what businesses, if you're going to beautify downtown, we'll pitch in a little bit. So this is next spring. And this is in Fredericksburg, Texas, and sorry for you that saw this yesterday. They went up and down their main street, which is a little bit, it's longer than Market is. But they went down and they asked for handouts from people, and they went to a nursery. They did it in October at the end of the season, but you could go to a nursery in April or so, a wholesale nursery, and they're getting their new inventory in for 2020. And you say, we'll take your old pots. If you have old pots that you haven't sold, they may be chipped, they may have a hairline crack in them. We want to line them up down Market. Because if you look down Market now, other than a couple of shops, it's just bare bones. There's nothing really pretty about it. Now, the city has actually done a good job with hanging baskets. What do you say? The city should be charged with curbside beautification. Merchants should be charged with facade side. It has to be public-private. So in their case, they went and got all of these, and I'm not going to tell you the whole story. This merchant grabbed a couple of these. They got donations. They got a flatbed truck. They loaded all the pots on. They put them on a side street and said, merchants, help yourself. They just lined the street with them. Every meter, not just one in front of a store. And there was some left over. So this guy, this lady, actually, the art gallery, there was a bunch of them, so she did a kind of a grouping of them. And by the way, there's the blade sign. I mean, just really cool.
Roger, we have one of the largest, Bronx Sun, which is a huge, acres.
They're the grower, tree grower?
Yes, that's what we specialize in. Ed and Vince, the owners, are so community oriented. I think they would step up to the plate and do whatever.
Yeah, and I don't know if they sell the pots, but yeah.
No, they don't.
But they would, I think they would.
Do these communities take this in at closing? The pots? And
Nope, never.
so it's out all night?
They're out all night. So, I'm glad you brought this up. So what they did is they had all these pots, they put them in side street, and they said, come and grab the pots. They didn't say, you only pay $20, you only get one. They bought as many pots, and they just merchants. So this merchant grabbed these that were all kind of colorful. If I go back a slide, she grabbed those two. This merchant down here grabbed these that were kind of white. These look kind of similar. These are a little different. They just went and lined them all up. And the whole street. And there's like a mile long. Yours is like not even half a click, Market. And so they lined them all up. But then what they did is they brought in a load of round rock for drainage. They got in a big roll of landscape fabric, and they dumped a truckload, about 12 yards of topsoil on a side street. Then they went to the youth. They went to Boy Scouts, Girl Scouts, band, cheerleaders, hockey clubs, any youth organization that's trying to raise money. They said, we want you to put a layer of rock in there, cut out a piece of landscape fabric, and then fill them full of topsoil this far from the top. And so the kids did it. That cost them like $500. And they gave, this organization made $150, this one. They did it like in a weekend. And then what they did is, in their case, it wasn't, and by the way, you notice 3/4 of the plantings are evergreen or buy-in. They don't fill them full of annuals because you're changing them out. It's expensive. So they mainly made them evergreen. In their case, like when we worked in Banff, we had to put plants in there the deer wouldn't eat. By the way, the neighbor next to where I'm staying, he was hand feeding all the deer. Don't you? Are you supposed to do that in this town? He had like 6 or 7 deer. They're just eating out of the palm of his hand. I said, holy smokes. Oh, is it? Okay, I'm not here to rat people out, but. So you may have to get deer-friendly plants and stuff. But because the youth did this, they've never had a case of vandalism because kids protect things they take ownership of. Now, I did work in one town, and by the way, our rule was the opening of the pots. Now, are some smaller. Our openings, and sorry speaking feet inches, had to be 21 inches or bigger. So we're not putting little pots out there. Too easy. We want 21 inches or bigger. So they are too heavy to lift, and they're there. You're right. Now, I worked in a town once where kids came in and they busted a few of the pots. So they said, we're just going to take them all out. I said, no, you have to do what they did in New York City. In New York City, people were tagging the subways. So they put up police cameras, they had extra police, they did everything they could to catch the people that were graffitiing the subway trains. And all it did was incite them more, how they could get away with it, how they could sneak around the security. It didn't do anything. So then they said, this is ridiculous. We're not gaining any ground. So you know what they did next? Every single night they painted the trains. The trains would pull in a boot, they'd spray paint right over it. After 2 weeks, they gave up. Never had a problem since. So in the town where they said, we're gonna take away the pots, I heard somebody in this town said, well, I put a bench out there and some undesirables started sitting on the bench, so we just took the bench away. That happened to me in Cardston, Alberta. I said, no, I want you to put out twice as many benches. They never took up more than the one. So sometimes in that one where they broke the pot, then you replace it. The next day you have a different pot out there. They break that one, next day you put a different one out there. After about 2 weeks it gets old and they give up. Does that make sense? I'm glad you brought that up because it's really important.
I did once ask for some pots like they have on downtown through the drive-through. And between homeless and deer, 2 weeks later, the pot was empty. So-
Yeah, well, you have to, I mean, in Banff, they have all kinds of pots and stuff. They put the things that deer will eat out of their reach in hanging baskets. And in Banff, they have a beautiful downtown, and they have deer walking right down there downtown, as busy as it is. And they just put in things that the deer won't eat. But,
They got an elk problem too.
yeah, they do.
They actually had an elk in our store to walk in the front door.
Yeah.
Crazy.
But this is a town where there was nothing on the facades. They added those plants on the facades and their retail sales went up by 1/3. So you would even do this in front of empty businesses, and then once again, we want to make sure that people will extend window displays to exterior spaces. Otherwise, we don't know that you're in business. The restaurant, Time and Plate, did I get that right?
Yeah.
They're open for dinner, and they've got the nice little railing out there, but every single night they take all the tables and chairs inside. If I was downtown in the middle of the day, I would think that they were out of business. Because it doesn't look like they're in business. And I thought there must be a way they can run a chain through their chairs. I mean, really, is this town that bad?
Yeah.
If it isn't bolted down.
You'd be amazed what people say.
Okay.
Well, I
Well-
mean, I have my patio furniture out all summer. Unfortunately, I have this guy that's a bridge stroll and he's out there and people know it. But my stuff hasn't left. I've had that argument many, many times that you spend $500 for that, said it's gonna walk away. But
Maybe we could have just like a security kind of thing.
Well, even if you put cameras, and they may not even be hooked up, you can buy inexpensive Wi-Fi cameras, and if you just put up a little sign that says "Smile, you're on candid camera," a lot of times it's determined. I don't want to say, "You're on camera, we're going to prosecute you." I already saw signs on windows that way, and it's just, it's not a good thing.
Roger, for me, the reason why the fountain's not running is needles. I don't go to that.
And you're not talking about pine tree needles, shoot up needles.
Exactly.
We're-
All kinds of crap.
Okay.
So we're on the main path between the Imperial Hotel and the drug house on
Yes.
52nd. And we have to watch we put the little mannequins out front. And unless someone is in front of the store watching that, when they come by, they will always try to take the mannequin.
This is going to take me off topic for a minute, but I think it's important. I always get distressed when I see a province bringing in low and no income housing. What they're doing is they're dumping the homeless and less fortunate people into the rural communities out of Vancouver, out of Victoria, out of wherever they're at. And the problem is you need to not go there. You should have low to moderate income housing, which means anybody there has to have a job. And low to moderate income housing, they check their employment every 90 days. If they go out of a job, they have 120 days to move out, go back where they came from, go back to their original town, or get another job. They're always given that time. But the second you start getting into homeless and no housing and soup kitchens and all that, Number one, that should never, ever, ever be in a downtown district, ever. Where the warming kitchen is right now I think is probably fine and everything. But what happens is, let me just finish my thought, is what happens is you do not have the social infrastructure to do more than put roofs over their head. You have to understand, if you're going to be a sanctuary city for the less fortunate, then you also have to have this, you need to have the physical rehab for them. You need to have the job training for them. You need to have transportation for them. You need to have jobs for them. You also need to have special educators in schools that have to deal with special education and all those things. And so when I go do speaking engagements, I always say any city under $40,000 cannot afford to police and take care. You do not have the money and the social infrastructure to rehabilitate or to retrain and do these things. And so what happens is it puts a huge burden. We put a roof over the head, but we don't do anything beyond that. And that just creates problems like you've probably been facing. So, Mayor?
Mr. Brooks, you're out of your lane on this.
No, I'm not.
You're actually talking to a highly politicized local
Okay.
problem and a split in the community that's very volatile, and these kinds of statements are certainly going to fan the flames of discontent. So I'm not seeing it as positive at this point that you're not able to present the alternate side of this picture.
Okay, and I've worked in 2,000 cities and towns, and I've seen it from every side. And by the way, I understand these are human beings, and they deserve a chance. And I have no problem if you can police them. And by the way, not all of these people are out there stealing, wrecking pots, and I totally get that. I'm not trying to throw a blanket over human beings. I just know that if you're starting to get an overabundance of disadvantaged people that you can't help rehabilitate, you can't help put back in the job force, if you don't have the social infrastructure to back it up, then that can create some big problems. And by the way, I'm not blaming that group on who's stealing your things. I'm trying to figure out, how do we fix this downtown if everybody's afraid to put out a bench, nobody wants to put out a pot, nobody wants to extend window displays outside because they think it's going to be gone in the next half hour. I don't know how to fix that. Without, and so, I mean, I gotta tell you that when Amber, when we went down to see the confluence river, you said you grew up here, it's the first time you've ever been there because you're always afraid to go there. And we don't want to instill fear in your locals.
Well, here's a problem that maybe isn't identified, which we just, since we are sitting right now and really just trying to protect our piece of property because nobody is living there. And this might cause a problem with bikes, but what we have is people that are not homeless, they're in between the homeless and the people who have jobs that are using that sort of an opportunity to make money. They're racing in and out of town on these high-speed bikes. Nobody can ever catch them or see them. They're signaling each other with lights or bird calls or whatever their system is. Somebody's going out and quickly seeing where the opportunity is that day and then telling somebody else what's going on, and they're zooming in and out of bikes. Nobody's catching them. Nobody's understanding their demographics. They're taking that stuff to the next person who does have a house, and that's where they're fencing this stuff.
Well, and my whole deal is not to get on a big diatribe about low-income housing and all that stuff. My deal is, how do we get these people downtown to make downtown look inviting and feel inviting when even in this room there's so much fear?
We've locked up all of our gas supply at our place, which is a huge, huge thing that people go down to Johnny's in Riverside and they're checking every single gas cap to see if it's locked. We have ours locked down.
Yeah.
Because it's so expensive, but they're still coming every night and looking and checking to see if we've forgotten some. So that's a larger problem.
So let me steer this back a bit to Squamish, where I had an opportunity to meet with the mayor of Squamish. And they have a highly successful program of BC Housing. They actually have welcoming committees, introducing people in a welcome to your new home program. They've been able to work with their homeless population and involve their community in a positive way.
Yes.
So, one of your success stories is Squamish. They're very successful.
Very much. They do have a population of 40,000, they have a lot,
Yeah, exactly.
I mean 15,000, they have a population of 15,000, and they have a ton of job opportunities. They are recreational technologies, and they do a very good job. They are also, 45 minutes away from North Vancouver. And so yes, if you have the social infrastructure to take care of them and everything, that's great. And by the way, we may be talking about two sets of people here. You know what I mean? And so I'm trying to figure out, how do I get you to do these things downtown without saying, well, the last time I put out a bench, so, you've got to just do it. And sometimes you just, and by the way, usually with the drug dealers and those that are less than desirable, the more people you have hanging out in your downtown, and the more often they're downtown, the less likely are to be there. They're going to go where people aren't.
And on their days.
Right, so if you're hanging out, if there's a lot of people, and I'm shocked at your place with the amount of people at the Wooden Spoon, and you're 10 feet away.
They close at 3.
Oh, that's true. And so what happens is they close at 3 and then there's nobody there. I always say the more people you get hanging downtown, the less likely you'll have the desirables being there. Because they'll go where the people aren't.
So can we learn something from Squamish? Where is their BC housing
Yes.
complex? Is it downtown district?
No.
Where is it? Amongst
They
the
have,
community?
yeah, okay, so in Squamish, they used to have a bunch of timber yards and everything, and down on the waterfront, and that's all being developed into housing and retail and everything. So what they have is they have an industrial area, and that industrial area also has housing in it, and it's kind of like Whistler. In Whistler, we created Function Junction. All the trades are in Function Junction. That's where the cabinet makers and the spa things are. But you know what? It's become the cool place to live. There's little delis and everything in Function Junction. So I'm not saying by putting them in industrial areas, we're just shoving them off into a corner. What we're doing is creating an environment where they can gather. And so in Squamish, that's what they've done. Squamish is now starting to get a little more expensive. It was very low income. What happens a lot of times is developers will come in, they say, aha, there's a really cheap hotel I could get and I could flip. We can make it low income housing. I'll get lots of money from the government. And so they just flip it. And they do it in rural communities because it's cheap. But the challenge is most rural communities, I don't know about Grand Forks, most rural communities do not have the social infrastructure to actually help the people that they're housing. Squamish they have done a good job. It is the youngest city in Canada now. And by the way, they have a robust job training program. So when people are invited in, they have a huge international population now. So not all of them are low income or no income. A lot of them are just expatriates from other countries.
It might just be my age, but when I was a younger person and in low and out, down and out or whatever, we went to a non-profit organization, not a government, for assistance. It was Salvation Army, a church, something like that, and they made you accountable for your bed and your meal, which is basic human structure.
Even in Seattle, they created a thing called Fair Start. It's right downtown and it is a restaurant. And all the people that work in there are homeless. What they do is they bring them in, they put them in tuxedos, they clean them up, they train them, and they have Wolfgang Puck, they have Jamie Oliver, they have all these world-class chefs who will come in for 2 weeks and work with these homeless people. And they serve these meals and everything. Their whole thing is about getting them off the streets, getting them so they feel good about themselves. They have the social infrastructure. And if you want to eat at Fair Start in downtown Seattle, reservations are a year in advance.
In Vancouver, the Option Use Society ran the Castle Restaurant.
Yeah.
I don't know if they're still doing it, but it's the same sort of idea.
But that's the thing. If you can go beyond housing and make sure a lot of people don't have cars, so can they get, if they're out there where the warming center is. If they had a job in town, can they even get there? Do you have enough transit? Do you have enough? So just remember, you have to have the social infrastructure that goes with it. That's all I'm saying. But my whole purpose for today is I'm trying to figure out how do we get downtown to look good, and feel safe? Because if you're afraid, what do you think visitors are going to be like and new people moving here?
Yeah, and putting something ugly at the gateway to our town is not the answer.
Well, and it's just the wrong location. That's all. It's, you know, and
It's
so.
required, it's necessary, but it's just the wrong location.
Yeah, and so anyway, and we like social service being together. So if this is where we live, we've got transportation there, and we've got mental health, wellness professionals there, and job counselors. And if you can keep them grouped together so they create a community, and then you invite them to work in your community. In downtown San Francisco, they take homeless people and they encourage them to not panhandle, but to play instruments. Sometimes it's a 5-gallon jug turned over and they're drummers. So those are the kinds of things. We want buskers and things downtown. And so anyway, so I don't mean to go off on that tangent, and I'm going to go past these photos because I don't want us to run out of time. This is a little town of Helper, Utah, where they had similar challenges like Squamish and like other towns. By the way, Nelson had the same problem too. You know, and so lots of color, the tiles, and I just want to show you what downtown should look like and feel like. That's a little restaurant. This is a Michelin-rated chef out of a little kiosk. But downtown needs to be a place, and there's my wife being a model. You can tell she's really happy. But you need to have lots of benches and a pot on each side of the bench. Make it look great. And by the way, that bench is really heavy, and if you look really close, well, maybe that's not the chain. It's got somewhere there's a chain that's bolted down into the concrete. This bench is really heavy, but those pots, you can't lift those. That's why you need to do larger. And by the way, those are plastic. Can't break them. So there are answers. I just don't want you to give up. And by the way, even in the winter, downtown should look great even in the winter. And that is what's really, really important. Erin, Ontario. And I wanted these to be in your plan so you have a reference point so you can look at some of these things. So, that's St. Jacobs, Ontario. I mean, you can tell we do a lot of work in Ontario in the winter. That's in Elora, Ontario. I mean, that's a woman's fashion shop. That's pretty cool. So even in the winter.
Have you?
To Laura?
Okay.
What's that?
No, I've actually done one of those.
I got those all over my Pinterest page as a must.
Oh yeah, these are cool ideas. So, I would love to see you start adding bike racks. This is all next year. Now, we're bike training. And by the way, you've been adding bike racks, so congrats to the city or whoever's been doing that. But you know one thing that's really cool is every time you add a bike rack, it's full of bikes. Even when we were walking down the last couple of days, instantly, bike racks are there, we got bikes. But I'd love to see you do some really cool creative things. I'm sure you've got artisans here.
We've got Unifab,
I mean,
right?
There you go.
I would like to see it. This is what we call public art. It's a dual purpose public art. It's a bike rack and that. How cool is that? I would love to see you do this. It just adds culture, it adds art. And we've seen welding shops, they teach people that's my favorite. I haven't used one of those for quite a while, but isn't that awesome? Love to see you start doing that. You can invite artisans to come in and design bike racks, and that one takes up a little bit of room. But even in some of the urban areas, they're doing these, where the bikes can go up there, and then they just lock. I think these have locks. I can't remember where the locks are on this. But anyway.
Make them in the form of a pole.
You could. I mean, look at that. Those are bike racks.
Or this way and then biking into the times.
Yeah.
You play bike for something, let's do it.
Yeah. Yeah. And then sometime down the road, I was thinking next year, I don't know the cost or anything, somewhere, and we thought maybe this would be a city job, but somebody that would be in charge of the trails. Is there a job like that now, or? But somewhere we need, and I don't know whether they work for a nonprofit or whether they work for the city, but it's just somebody that's watching the trails, making sure the trails are okay, the interpretive signs are okay, maybe grooming them in the winter, making sure there's no safety concerns. So if we're being bike friendly, I'm just trying to figure out,
Our city trails are maintained,
Yeah.
right? Like
Okay.
in the winter for walking and all that, like the paved trails for sure, but like outside of town.
yeah, you can't do that. So maybe this would be somebody that works for the other ones more out of town
RDKB,
and coordinate with, what's that?
the RDKB,
Regional district.
because the city does quite a good job with the trans.
The ones in the town, that's what I heard, it said that. So this could be, obviously, in this case, I'm gonna take it wouldn't be the city, this would be outside the city limits. But you said, who'd you say, Amber?
RDKB, Regional District.
Did I get that right?
KB. KB.
Oh, KB.
Boundary.
Oh, boundary, okay. So this would be, wouldn't be city. So good, I'm glad the city, that's why I forgot that people said the city does a great job, so. Does that make sense? Because now you're using it as your Disneyland, so to speak. It's your main asset. You want to make sure that people are really using those well.
There's quite a few communities that have got money from Grooming for trail development, so I don't know if this would be sort of fall into this, but it's more for bike clubs and stuff, but you can still go out or something like that.
Yeah, and it could be even the bike club take the lead on it. I mean,
Yeah.
you know, and that would be great. So that's in there. And then we wanted you to get a couple of visitor information kiosks. This one here is, we did this in Banff. And these are in Banff. When Banff redid all of its streetscapes and everything, it went and bought some of these. It's Green Mountain Gazebo makes them. Those are all PVC. It comes in a kit you can carry. And we thought if you had 2 or 3 of those, that'd be good. And at night they just cover it up. But let me show you some more pictures of it. Town of Banff. And they did this during the street, but every time a group of people comes in, there it is from the back, you can see it's just really simple. And they have tourism, or they have volunteers that will sit there and staff it. But we just thought, when you do your farmer's market on the highway, wouldn't it be great to have one of those there so people can ask questions about what they're seeing, the gallery, the city park, the splash pad, the confluence of the rivers, rafting the rivers. I mean, it'd be a great resource. We always say the best way to do visitor information is make it really, really easy for the customer. Do you guys ever host tournaments, like baseball tournaments or hockey tournaments stuff?
Next week.
Next week? Or even, so this weekend, you got a car show going. And is it going on at City Park?
Market.
Right downtown on Market. Then wouldn't it be great if you had one of those? See what I mean? And this is where your ambassadors are and everything. And these things are like $2,500. So in this case, we just thought they're super portable. They're Green Mountain Gazebo makes them. There they are. They're if you do printing on them, you know, of Grand Forks and everything, you know, you'd be about $2,500. So Banff, there it is, unprinted canopy, 2 counters, 3 carrying bags. They bought 4, tourism uses 2, and 1 is for parks. Every once in a while you'll break a PVC. So Banff has 4, but for you, I thought you should have 2. I think it'd be really cool. And whether the boundary area had them and you borrowed them and moved them around, I just think it's a great way to invite people in. And you have friendly people, it's easy. We've even seen council people, mayors and stuff actually will staff these for a couple hours on a Saturday because they're the best boosters of a town anyway.
Well, that'd be great for summer students, university students.
Oh, be fantastic. At Selker?
Well,
Or even high school? Yeah.
Well, or students that are coming back home from university that
Right.
are looking for work.
Fantastic. Yeah. So there they are. So I wanted to add that in. I thought it would be a really cool thing to do. The other thing I would like to see you add is some wall mounted. Now, you just added, I always say visitor information should work 24/7. And you're adding one, is it already there at the visitor center outside?
It's either coming or it's there.
It's coming or it's there, okay. I couldn't remember who was telling me about that. But the one I was gonna show you is 2 or 3 in downtown. The other thing at the gallery, at the primary trailheads, if somebody comes here and gets on a trailhead, wouldn't it be good if there was a brochure hole that showed you, here's the very best of Grand Forks? Incentive that when you're done with the trail, go to the Wooden Spoon or wherever we're going. For treats, drinks, whatever. And so these would be other attractions. And the one I really like is that one right there. This is in Grand Forks, North Dakota. I mean Grand Forks. It's in North Platte, North Dakota. It's in North Platte, Nebraska. Gosh, I can tell I was up way too late last night. And let me do a close-up. It was $300. A local craftsperson built it. The lift, top lifts up. And in your case, you might have the Provincial tourism guide, you might have a regional guide, and then their very best of is right in the middle, the brochure. But the more accessible they are to information that will get us to go downtown, the better off you'll be. So at your parks, you should have one at City Park where the stage is, kind of there, mounted there. And then volunteer, we usually get volunteers that go and fill them. You know, they just check once a week, they'll go around and you might have 7, how many, I can't remember, I said 7 or 8 of them. Then, before I said you raise money to get pots and planters, so now we're talking about next June. A year from now, we would start putting them out. So I don't want you to do it yet because you still got a lot of construction, a lot of things going on downtown, but by next summer, next June or so, we'd like to see you start getting those out there. Make sense? So you're raising money the beginning of next year, and then once you raise the money, you go get the deals, and then you bring them in and set them up. Okay? And then this is another one that is trompe-l'oeil. Does anybody know what trompe-l'oeil means? You all took French in school, didn't you?
They have a false loyal Christian lights.
Fool the eye.
Yeah.
So these are murals, and you focus on buildings on 3rd. You know, on 3rd, when you come down 3rd, you see just concrete block walls. You don't really see anything on 3rd. But these murals can be a tourist attraction. And they're fool the eye, they're architectural murals. And by the way, you could do other buildings like where the bakery is the backside of the Imperial Hotel. That white, that would be a perfect place for something like this. You develop a priority list and you have to get facade easements. If you use public money to put these murals on private buildings, then they have to give the city an easement to do that. Because the city owns the artwork if it's paying for it. Does that make sense? So you do facade easements. And then, but I wanted to show you one. Here you go. Oh, let me go back. This is in downtown Seattle. This is a Mercedes dealership and they own that old building there, and so they're trying to figure out how can we make this not look like that. This lasts 3 minutes. And this is one guy and his wife doing this whole thing.
Have you had anyone make a wrong turn?
I'll tell you a little story about it. That's Eric Groh. He's the guy who does these. And there's other artists that do these. And by the way, that was concrete wall, but they made it look like bricks instead of concrete block.
How expensive would that
Oh, this one here was about $40,000. This was one of the more expensive ones.
How long does it last?
About 30 years.
be? So would you coat it with something?
Yeah, it is coated, yeah. can't remember, they use a special kind of paint or lacquer or something
So
that
you can wipe off graffiti.
We've followed about 300 of these, and people won't graffiti them because they respect them so much. Never had a case of graffiti on trompe l'oeil art. And by the way, you can walk right up to it because notice all the shadows? Those are all painted on. Those aren't real shadows. No, it's not. It's just, you walk right up to it and you have to kind of like. So there it is, before. Unbelievable.
The old value drug card building.
There's lots of doing.
But look at how you can zoom in. Now we're zooming in. We're right at the building, and it still looks three-dimensional all the way back there.
Wow. Indigo wood, the metal on the side of theirs, by the.
So,
Yeah.
this is all concrete block. I showed you guys this yesterday. There's no arch there. It's just all flat. Before, there he is there. During, after. I mean, before, during, after. I mean, unbelievable. I mean, look at that. It's just a flat wall. And so, before, after. And by the way, see these people right here? This one, this guy right here looking around the post, all painted on. And so, there it is up close.
Part of the detail.
Oh, it's a detail. This here is in Virginia City, Nevada. This was an old historic building, and this here, they had to concrete block all of this, and it just ruined the look of town. All of this is painted on. Down there, up there, even this railing here is painted on. And even the girls stand there, all this is all paint. All this down here is all paint. And so trompe l'oeil is a great way to, and I showed this yesterday, standing on a corner in Winslow, Arizona. It's such a fine sight to see. There's a girl, my lord, in a flatbed Ford slowing down to take a look at me. Homage to the Eagles. There's a couple making out the upstairs. It looks like it's a reflection of a furniture store, which at one point it used to be. And by the way, 1.5 million, there's my friend Glenn Fry from the Eagles. 1.5 million people a year stop to get their picture taken there. And so, and by the way, there it is. There's the guy, there's right here, standing on the corner. There he is with the guitar. And by the way, notice something about this furniture store?
It's just a wall.
It's just a wall. The furniture still fell down a long time ago. So can you imagine doing a trompe l'oeil of Where's Waldo? And people would come from everywhere to do that? Can you imagine? See what I mean? So it's just a really cool idea. If you can get grants, most of these are paid for by foundation. National Endowment for the Arts in the States. They're mainly paid for by foundations. It's just a really cool way. This is in Huntsville, Texas. And this, all of this stuff that you see here is all just painted on. All of this, right up to the windows are really there, but none of the shutters are. All of that they did. And so what they did is they got a facade, the city got a facade easement, they got foundation money, and they just gave it a whole facelift. Just something really cool that you could do. So in 2020, wayfinding, aggressive recruitment. So now what you're doing is this year is getting ready. Next year we're starting to really make a difference. And so we begin, adding bike racks, full-time trails manager. We get portable visitor information kiosks. We wall-mounted visitor information and pots and planters. And you begin trompe l'oeil. And all of a sudden you're just starting to make it look fabulous. Meanwhile, by this time, hopefully there are businesses starting to move in, or some hope that says coming soon, Outfitter in your building or wherever it is, or in yours, John. So that's what we're trying to do. Is all of a sudden people start going, wow, there's new life. It's really starting to happen, and we want to do this 1 year from now. You okay so far? Okay, I'll keep going. So that's 30. Then 2021. How do you make downtown the primary attraction? And this is where you implement the wayfinding system. So we use next year to design it. It's $40,000 to design it, get it designed, get it approved, make sure the province approves it, apply for money to actually install it. And you know what? Wayfinding systems, you may say as a city, we can afford $110,000 even if we got 50% of grants. You could say, when you design our wayfinding system, we have a $28,000 a year budget over 10 years, so do $20,000 worth of signs each year, and by the end of 10 years, we will have a $200,000. And so they design it to be phased. Right now, you have wayfinding, by the way, that says, if you want RV or if you want campground, go this way, and there's nothing that ever terminates. It doesn't ever end up anywhere. You have signs that say RV parking, and I just keep driving and driving and driving. I passed it, but I didn't know there was none said, you've arrived. So wayfinding is not just pointing you in a direction, it's actually terminating the experience at the destination. And so if you do it over phased, and you did put it in a city budget over 10 years, then when they do it in phases, they'll make sure that if these signs are going to include RV parking, we're also going to make sure we have a destination sign at the RV parking lot.
And what do you think is the best use of the corner of 2nd and the highway? 2nd Street?
Yeah,
The
2nd,
highway where the lights are.
What do you mean? I think, well, Gateway you mean?
There's 2 empty lots there.
Well, you know, and I haven't even, I mean, I remember, well, on 2nd in the highway is where, what's the bakery on the corner? Or
Marvelous Munchies.
Marvelous Munchies is there.
Yeah.
I didn't see an empty lot.
It's a lot right across the street.
Oh, across the street.
Yeah, there's
still
Where
a corner.
Happy Days Diner is over
there's
there.
one next to
There's
it,
a lot there and there's a lot on the other side,
Yeah.
beside the pawn shop.
Yeah. First of all, I mean, I have to take another close. I always think that on the highway, you should have development on the highway. You know, not housing or thing, but like retail and those types of things. You could even, what's that?
Accommodation.
Oh, accommodations would be fantastic. I mean, accommodations always love views. If it was me, and having recruited hundreds of hotels, I would go to the city down, what is the street, not 2nd, the one that's next to the bridge and the river?
Riverside.
Riverside. I would go down Riverside. The city has a little park there that's kind of abandoned, it looks like.
Sugimoto.
Yeah, but you know out there where the confluence of the river is? I think like a 48 to 60 room boutique hotel there. However, I would make a restriction on it that we still want to have public access along the waterfront, so they don't own that whole corner, but they would have a view with trails in front of it and wrap around it, the city park kind of behind it.
Well,
Maybe
we've
some
got-
shared parking with the retirement home.
We need to put a dike/flood.
Oh, that's right, I did hear about the dike,
We
yeah.
do have accommodations on the other side of the river, that's where my
Yes,
place
yes.
is and where Johnny's is.
Yes.
We are kind of stuck in zoning issues, we can't really.
Well, we'd love to
go
see
amongst
that bridge actually be a pedestrian bridge over the river that holds
That would be great.
a sewer line or whatever it's over it now.
But I mean, we're critically right at the moment trying to decide how we're gonna utilize our 1 acre.
Yeah.
And have gone a couple of times to planning and whatnot, and it
Lodging,
just kind of hit a wall. But I mean, that sort of stuff we can get around.
Yes.
But-
Just so you know, the top 15% of lodging in terms of quality does 85% of the leisure travel business. And so, and no offense to the lodging that you have, including yours, you know, or whatever, I don't know what they're like. But right now, you don't have any real upper scale lodging at all, and I think there's a market for that. And you have a beautiful area that people would come to in a heartbeat. I mean, I think that's one of the things that's missing. I think it's one of the things that hurts your tourism is that you don't have that one next level up. And yes, that'd be fantastic. You could use some more lodging. And if it doesn't work there because of the dike, I forgot about the dike. I mean, of course, on top of the dike, hopefully you'll have a trail that'll wrap around and everything.
That's
But
fun.
yeah. But anyway, beautiful. It's just such a gorgeous site. But with lodging, people will pay more for a view. I was pretty surprised when I went down Riverside. I didn't know the river was there. I mean, I knew it from coming over the bridge, but once you go down there, the river's pretty much all blocked off. There's some residences along there, and even one of those residences, oh my gosh, this little residence would be a really great little coffee shop. if it was zoned commercial and you could have a back patio that overlooks the river, and I don't know what I know some of these places were flooded and I don't know the situation, but anyway, this is where you start implementing your wayfinding system, the first phase of it. Make sense? Okay? Then invite clubs and organizations. Okay, you ready? Here you go. Here's your big job. This would be next year in February. We want you to invite other organizations to hold their events here, rather than you having to produce every single event. Let me give you one example. You provide the venue. You say, we want you to come downtown and host your quilt show or your car club show. And then what you do, this is Solvang, California. So I'll tell this story. Solvang, California, I was there assessing and doing a secret shopping, and there was this car show going on. This is on a Friday. And there were people everywhere. And then I saw, the place was just packed with cars and everything. And then I saw the sign that says, First Annual Solvang Wheels and Windmills Car Show. And so I found the guy, this is 2005. I found the guy that did this car show, and I said, why did you pick Solvang? He said, well, it's a cute Danish town. That's not what he said. He said, well, because their Chamber of Commerce sent out letters to all the car clubs and pottery clubs and quilt guilds and everything else and invited us. I said, that's it? They sent you a letter inviting you? And he goes, yeah. And I said, but did they give you money if you hosted your car show there? He goes, no. I said, what did they say they would give you if you did it? He said, they said they would help, they would put welcome car show banners around town, and they would close off a part of their main street to host us. I said, what about porta potties and stuff? He says, oh no, we did that. What about all the vendors? Oh, we did all of that. I said, so who did all the marketing for your event? We did. I said, so you did everything? And he says, yeah, we did it all. I said, when did you get here? He said, we got here Thursday afternoon to set up. And we had all of our cars coming in on Friday. We're here on Saturday. And we're done Sunday about 2 p.m. is when we start packing up and heading home. And I said, so how many cars do you have here? He says, we have about 300 cars. I said, how many visitors? He goes, oh, about 15,000. And I said, so you came here with your car club because they sent you a letter? He said, absolutely. He said, so how's it been? He said, it's been great. He said, will you do it again? Oh, yes. We've already booked this weekend for the next 10 years. In their downtown, they have 45 2- and 3-day events a year that all they did is ask them to come. That's all they did. How much did it cost? $200 in stationery, mailing costs, and then those, they did it with felt pens, welcome signs. Welcome such and such car club. $200. It is now extremely popular event destination. What are you doing this week? There's probably something going on in Solvang. Population 6,000. And you develop a database of regional clubs and organizations. We actually bought these books for $1,000, but you know what? You could go get last year's version if you need a list of clubs and organizations. But I got a better way, GuideStar. This is online, and I did this, I typed in Utah, and I think I started looking for clubs and organizations in Utah, where I was working a couple of weeks ago. And there they are. There's quilt guilds, there's all kinds of clubs and organizations. It gives you mailing address, email, everything.
Canadian as well?
Canadian as well. And so, and this is GuideStar right here. So if you look for GuideStar, and there was actually, let's see, I think I have club organization newsletters. And by the way, so for instance, BMW. If you own a BMW, you get BMW magazine. It has great drives around the world. If you belong to the BMW Car Club of America, you get this magazine. It has great drives all over America and Canada. And if you live in Seattle and you own a BMW, you also get the local Cub newsletter. And look at this. In Seattle, reasons to visit your Canadian Club neighbors in August. BMW Car Club BC is just a 2-hour drive away from most folks in the Puget Sound Club, and here in Canada we would like to remind you of some upcoming events we have planned in August, and here it is, all these lake tours in the Vancouver area. They sold out. People driving from Seattle spending money. Look at the drive from Spokane to here. Oh my gosh, that alone is a reason to come up here. I mean, and so look at it, Cannon Beach, Oregon. This is Seattle promoting Cannon Beach, Oregon and Canada. Mountain Twisties drive right cap through the Cascades. I mean, all these clubs, they're looking for places to send their members, and it's free. You just have to spend the time. I mean, this is Mercedes. They do the same thing. Leavenworth Weekend, if you know where Leavenworth Weekend, Tomato Island Picnic. They're all doing it. And there's, by the way, there's car clubs for Mustangs. There's car clubs for Volkswagen, Subarus, you name it. And they all want places to host events. Great way to import money. What you need is the time. It takes time. It doesn't take money. And you need a downtown so we can spend the money. And then downtown programming. I think it's really important that next year, during the year, you get street performers and food trucks, whatever you need in your downtown to start bringing it to life so people will hang out after work on weekend downtown, after working on weekend. And we call that all programming. And I put $10,000 in there. This guy in Cannon Beach, Oregon was paid $35 to go out there for 4 hours on Friday, 4 hours on Saturday, and 2 hours on a Sunday afternoon. He made the rest of his money from tips. Because right now you don't have the traffic downtown to keep them alive like they do in Nelson. They don't pay them in Nelson. And so you might do that. That is Nelson right there. I took that picture in January. It was way below freezing. And he was out there playing. But all of this is all, local musician stuff. By the way, notice none of it's amplified music. Start bringing downtown tonight. What I say is move away from events and start working on activities. You want to be something's always, I wonder what's going on downtown Grand Forks tonight. Wouldn't that be good if people start thinking that way?
What's up, EGF?
Yes, yeah. Start just Friday, Saturdays, and Sundays during the peak season for right now. That's why I put it in kind of through summer through October. And these, I just wanted to give you some other examples. You could put out portable chess sets. You could, we'll have banks and stuff donate. They'll donate and they get the publicity and they'll donate 3 foosball tables and you put them out for a couple of weeks. At night, you take the balls out of them so they don't end up being taken or thrown away or whatever. But then you just put out these things each day and people come and they just hang out. I mean, these are those big chess sets you see. So here they are on Amazon, $700 for the whole thing. Put out a couple of those. Hey, John, you in front of your place right now, you can put out one of those. You'd be surprised.
Do you not have that in Driver Park?
Yes, we do in Driver Park.
It needs to be where people can spend money.
It's across the street from my store.
Perfect. But that's the point. Put it where people spend money.
It's
Yeah.
right across the art gallery.
Okay.
But the pieces are kept inside somewhere, and I think the gallery has the keys.
Library.
Would it be something through the summer that maybe whoever opens the washrooms was to be able to put the sets out and then maybe
Yeah,
Bud
I
could
don't
put them
know
up?
the details that I can put into.
Let's find out.
Yeah, I mean, those are things, you just want to bring to, these are Jenga sets. Jenga sets you can buy for $80. And yes, it does take volunteers to go out there each day and put all the Jenga blocks back or wherever. Most of the places that have those big chess sets, they don't ever hide them at night because of thievery. They just leave them out. As a matter of fact, we've had pieces where every once in a while a piece will end up missing. They just call the factory and say, could you give us some seconds, where a corner or something? And they'll send them a bunch of seconds. So they just have some. If a rook ends up disappearing, they just have an extra one that might have a little bit of damage on it. They got it for free. So, I just don't want you to be afraid of ever doing anything. This is Imagination Playground. They're Lincoln Logs. I mean, these could be sponsored by banks and different organizations. Kids just love this stuff. And then towards the end of each day, they have these bins. And we say, kids, at the end of the day, we want you to put the blocks all in these bins. And then just roll them and store them somewhere in an empty building or something temporarily. So, or you can buy them like that. Pretty cool. $5, $6, $7 grand roughly for a whole set. It's just about bringing downtown to life. Here's the whole thing. You want people to hang out in your downtown, and we're talking about local residents. Your downtown is about locals first. Because if you don't hang in downtown, neither will visitors, they go where you go. And so, I mean, that's in Whistler, we did that Whistler in summer, that's a vendor brings that in, they do charge a few bucks to do it, but it's still activity and a reason to go downtown. We've seen cities buy these, rent them. This is a portable zip line in a downtown. But get vendors. There's vendors all over that have this stuff saying, we invite you to bring it down. And I know you're gonna make a little bit of money, but what you do is you get 10% of it to go to downtown for other things. So we get 10% of your proceeds for food trucks and everything. It's a great way to raise money. And how fun is that? It's on a flatbed truck that just lifts up. Very cool, there it is. And it's for adults too. We can be kids. So, yeah, portable zip lines to you. Look at that. These are bocce ball courts. I mean, you just go get bocce ball courts. We've seen them made out of PVC. This one here is a little more permanent, but bocce is huge now. This is downtown New York City. They put up ping pong tables. They have bags of ping pong, so if they get lost, they always are getting lost, the balls. And if you get bonked on that, they have them in Indianapolis, Indiana airport. And it's just amazing. And by the way, in New York City, they have ping pong, foosball, and everything, and they have no theft problems in downtown New York City. And you're worried about it in Grand Forks, BC. So, can you imagine downtown having yoga? I mean, Zumba somewhere, and this all comes to sometimes we might need a place more than just the sidewalk. And so in 2021, get your wayfinding, invite clubs and organizations, you begin downtown programming. And then 2022, which I went up. So I went 2019, 2021, and I said I wasn't gonna go to 2022, but we're in the middle of the year. So we'd like you to eventually, down the road, create a business improvement association where the downtown property owners and merchants would tax themselves to make downtown better. And what we would want is a 50% match from the city, which we've seen in many, many, many cities. We did this in North Vancouver, where they created a business improvement association. And by the way, the reason I'm putting it off way down the road is it's hardly fair to ask Jack and John and people with vacant spaces to start pitching the money when they don't even have any revenues coming in. So that's why we put it down the road. So this way, if you can create this, we think you should have an employee, somebody that does this, because right now you're doing all as volunteers. I mean, sooner or later you have to go back to earning money. Am I right, Amber? Yeah, she's rolling her eyes. Yeah, exactly.
The room tax is also a 4-year program, and if that doesn't work, it could always be changed
Come back.
into something
Yes.
like this. Like,
We
that's
would-
the one thing they've said, they want that to be open to change. So
Great.
just
We would like to have your share of the room tax or a portion of it.
Sure.
We understand regional marketing. I get it. You're far more effective as one loud voice as a region, the boundary region and stuff. But eventually, you need to be in control of your own destiny. You're Grand Forks. I mean, Nelson's in control of theirs, the Soyuz is in control of theirs.
I mean, I think right now I've heard the message that it's to fill the rooms, but I mean, once that's rolling, they won't need to worry about filling the rooms. The rooms will be filled, so then they'll be working on how do we make this a better experience, which is on the agenda, right?
Yeah. And so I'm not going to go into all the details. All of this is going to be in this plan that I'm giving you. But this is about, and maybe I'd probably, 2022, I'll fix that. So we want this to start down the road several years.
And we also wanted to pay somebody to do that too eventually, so.
Yeah. But I think tourism in downtown should be joined at the hip. That's why I'm trying to do Destination Grand Forks. It's more than just downtown. And it's more than Market, by the way. It's all of downtown. But it can also take on the role of tourism because that's where we spend most of the money outside of lodging. And so this is my friend John Lambeth. He does this all over. They do T-bids, which are tourism business improvement districts. But down the road, so I don't want to go into a whole lot of detail. And once again, we always look for look who's the most qualified. There might be somebody right here in BC that does just as good a job. And so that's what you do. And then what we would say is sometimes Sometimes the city will help you get it started to create the Business Improvement Association, and then you reimburse the city once you have revenue streams coming in, so that the city isn't saddled with the cost. And then, to do that, that's usually about what it costs to create a Business Improvement Association. But a lot of times, and then later on, in July 2022, once you create it, then we start collecting it. And you can even phase that in. So the first year, we're only gonna get $20,000. And by the way, you need to have a plan first, what you're gonna do with the money. You can't say, hey, I expect all of you to pitch in, and we'll let you know what we're gonna do with the money later. You need to know up front. But then you start implementing it right about then. And this here is not all set in stone, because now, plans, that's why I don't like going past 3 years. But I also want public washrooms, and I wanted to put that in this year. I just thought I already loaded you guys up with so much stuff this year. Relieved visitors spend more. Go to, is it Kelowna? No, is it Nelson that put up Portland Loo? There's a company in Portland, Oregon called Portland Loo, and they make these portable restrooms that are more permanent.
Nelson, that's what.
In Nelson, yeah. They're $140,000. But we have a video that tells you all about this. But just remember, somewhere you need public restrooms, and those public restrooms can't be 9 to 5 or 8 to 5. If we're coming downtown after working on weekends, we need public restrooms. Okay? Then when it comes to the plaza, I'm going to do this because I'm already out of time. But I kept coming back to this site. So here is Riverside, this is Market, and by the way, Google Maps in Canada does not give you high resolution. But I thought if we could put a plaza there, this is the bakery. He's right here, and he's already decorating back in here, and he's doing this. This is where the bicycle fence is. And I thought if we could somehow connect all of this, this is where the newspaper is, and there's a little art gallery. The guy's name, is that Roger? Is that who that is there? Oh, I can't remember his name. But anyway, he's got a really cool space there. This is a bank. I don't know how we monetize it. I can't remember what's in here. But I thought, man, if these could open up onto this plaza, it could be the coolest place to do a lot of this stuff. What comes first downtown is people there on a consistent basis. So I thought if you had, these are all Catalina umbrellas, like 10 feet across. And there's a table and 4 chairs under them. You could do outdoor cafe dining, and it would be all monetized. You put you already have some street trees here. We put some trees around. And I haven't done more design on this because I'm going to go down there when I'm done today and take some more pictures. But I wanted to design you kind of what, this could be a really cool plaza. Right now it's gravel, so what you do is you scrape that and you put down paver stones. Now, I don't know if this is public, if it's private, if some of it's private. I think this is the pawn shop. I thought, man, wouldn't that be cool if this was a restaurant and it had outdoor cafe dining, it was open on the back. So I thought I'd go over there and take a look at this, but of all the places downtown, if you could have a central place where people come and hang out, so far that's the only other place that you have that's open is the Dollarama parking lot.
Actually, John, the back of your space, and that vacant lot.
But here's the problem. That pulls people off of Market behind the buildings, and you want it right on Market. If you think about it, every single town in Western Europe is built around a piazza. I mean, I even was walking down Market saying, what buildings could we take out? Is there a couple buildings we could take out? And so the buildings on each side could put doors on the windows on the side and have cafe dining right on the plaza. So it has to be monetized. So we need retail and restaurants right on the plaza. So we need restaurant right here opening onto this, or right here, or he's got his bakery already. The bank is probably not going to change, but we could use that wall to project movies on. See what I mean? If you do movies on the square. In here you got the newspaper. I don't know what their future is, but even this little shop, they're really cool shops that could be almost anything. That could be food or whatever. So anyway, I'm going to work on that a little bit more when I get back. And then the way this works with a plaza, and the reason I don't have this in the plan is to build a plaza that has a splash pad that is about as big as this room, and a portable ice rink you'd set up every year, and have the lighting and the cameras and the sound and the stage, to build a plaza like that, including working with the businesses on the plaza, is about $5 million. If I went further with this, by the way, every single city who has done a plaza has seen the property values within 3 blocks double within 18 months. The reason I did not incorporate this into all the rest is, would the city have an appetite to do something this great? How much does City Park cost? Any idea? Couple million?
How long's it been there?
Long time. But I'm just saying, when we go cities, they'll spend millions of dollars on libraries, they'll spend millions of dollars on ball fields, they'll spend millions of dollars on aquatic centers and rec centers, which are all good. I'm not putting those down. But this has the quickest, fastest return on investment, and it creates the biggest sense of community. It's where we go to hang out. We have those chess sets, we have those ping pong tables, we have a splash pad in the summer. I always said you have to bring people downtown 250 days a year. Splash pad 120 days, ice rink 120 days, there's 240 of your 250 days right there. Activity, not events.
We just did Universal Studios in LA a week and a half ago, and there's splash pads right there in the commercial area.
Oh, you always want to put these kind of activities in the heart of your spending district, monetize it. I'm not saying you get rid of City Park, by the way, I love it, it's beautiful. But this would be another addition that's right in your spending district. So the thing is, you start with a plan, that's 60 grand, and they figure out, here's where it's gonna go, here's what it's gonna look like. I can give you all the details for it. It includes all of this stuff. Capital funding campaign, detailed 12-month programming. This is what's all included in all of that. And when I get back home, if you say, Roger, we want you to incorporate the plaza into the bigger plan, I will. I did not want the plaza to kill all the other things you need to do. But remember, what comes first downtown is people there on a consistent basis. Wherever people are consistently, retailers follow. Every single city and town that has a plaza has seen their vacancies go to zero. Now, Kelowna, their plaza is in the wrong location. You know where it is. If you've been to Kelowna, it's about 2 blocks away from the downtown. It's on the waterfront by the marina.
Oh, yeah.
And they put bands there and everything. But the problem is they don't monetize it. It actually pulls people out of their downtown rather than into their downtown. And that's their challenge. And by the way, look at this. A table and 4 chairs, $162 on Overstock.com, and Umbrella 39. So for $200, you get a table and 4, and so you have banks, you have other people buy these. Wouldn't it be great? And I said, even for John, I'd like to see you get 6 or 7 of these right away and just fill that whole little plaza and then have that thing there. And merchants are going to be going, I want to be in that space, I want to be in that space. You're giving me all the tables and chairs for my ice cream shop? Fantastic. And people will just be drawn to it because you're going to have red and yellow umbrellas there. And it's you know, you could do, so you do, you know, 5 of those for $1,000. Wow, talk about bringing downtown to life. I mean, it's a place to go hang out. By the way, in downtown Detroit, they created a place called Campus Marshall Park. Could you imagine a city with more crime problems? Okay, Chicago. But Detroit, they put out 1,400 chairs and something like 600 tables. They've never had one theft. In Detroit, downtown. Then you could ring it with these kinds of pots and planters just to keep cars and vehicles away from your pedestrians. And it creates a barrier for kids. I used to teach for Disney Institute. This is downtown Disney. Notice all their raised planters are curved. You wonder why they do that? Because your plaza is about people. It's always about people. It's not about plants, infrastructure. It's how do we turn a planter into something that makes it handy for people. You might get a few vendor carts. You might rent them out to local artisans. You want to help disadvantaged people? You create business opportunities where they can make hats or they make jewelry, or you create job opportunities. What happens is your plaza becomes a business incubator. This is where your social infrastructure can now come full circle and help the people that are coming here that are less advantaged. This is in New York City. These are actually made in Quebec. By the way, these all move around. They rearrange them. This is Bryant Park in New York City, which they built for the locals. All the visitors were at Times Square, so they built Bryant Park for the locals, and now that's where the visitors go. Pretty cool. So we worked in Michigan City, Indiana. They actually tore down these three buildings. They tore down these three buildings here. They're closing off this street. Then they got this from this building. He's going to put restaurant in there, and this is all going to be their plaza. It's going to go from that. That's going to be a building where they store stuff, and that's going to turn into that. This is that building where he's going to open a restaurant and everything on it. This is all splash pad, ice rink in the winter. There's a stage there. There's their vendor booths. We think doing something like this would be so awesome in Grand Forks. And by the way, you don't need to spend $1 million. You don't need to spend $5 million. You could do it for $1 million. But it's still $1 million. But a lot of times there's grants, there's foundations, funding, there's all kinds of funding sources. You could even just say, right now, we're going to take those lots, we're just going to put paver stones down. And we're going to put some electrical service there so we can bring in bands and things. And I was just in Switzerland. We were working in Geneva, Switzerland. I should have showed you. And they have these plazas, and all that's on them is chairs. And yet the chairs are full when it's a nice day. People just go there. And they actually have a chain. They've chained two chairs together, so it's almost impossible to take them. So they have a chain between two chairs, but you can take the two chairs and move them over, and the place is packed. And then somebody with a guitar or something comes and starts playing music, and they make their money on tips. It's just a place for people to hang out. And you may be saying, yeah, but we're going to get the wrong people to hang out there. Not so. If your locals are hanging out there, they're going to be where there aren't the locals. So anyway, I put that in there twice. This is what happens when you work too late. Yeah, there we go. Did it twice. Okay, I'll fix that. But these are cool things you can do. I mean, even in the winter, can you imagine bringing in propane fire pots and having people sit out there, and you have a vendor with hot chocolate and cider?
What was the last thing? In the trailer?
This was in Indianapolis. It's a trailer. And what it is, it's bench seating. So it's like bench seating here where people can go, they pull it in, and they were watching, there was a bocce ball tournament. So they had local craftspersons build that for a trailer, and then people just come and sit on it, and it's got little planters on it. It's just a cool thing, and they move it around. The thing with the plaza, you want it to change all the time. You always want it, I wonder what's going on. You might have chess sets, you might have bocce ball, you might have climbing walls, and it's always changing. In the winter, you have propane things and portable benches and all kinds of stuff. And then, so once you have the plan, that was all the plan for Plaza. Now we start raising the money. How do we get that $1 million? You'd be surprised how many, you could sell naming rights. We've seen Plaza's financed just with naming rights. So what's the biggest company around? What's that?
Rockwall.
Rockwall?
Because the insulation.
Oh, Rockwall, yeah. So you say it's a Rockwall Plaza. And they get the naming rights for 20 years and they just paid for it. See what I mean? So we've seen that happen. And then you do the engineering design once you've raised the money, and that $100,000 is part of the $1 million or whatever you're going to spend. And then you do all 300 amp power. This is all the stuff that's part of it. Plus you have to have a place, if you're going to have chess sets on, where do we store this stuff when we're not using them? And by the way, all of these things would be spread out all over downtown, not just on Market too. And then you contract, we would want the DBA, the downtown business. Usually what happens is with these, the city owns the plaza, but the Downtown Business Association, or BIA in your case at this point, would run it. And it usually takes 2 or 3 people to run it full time. Now, let me give you one example. We worked, and the city might give you something every year for all of downtown. It matches your funds. In Rapid City, South Dakota, they have a plaza, Main Street Square, showed it to you yesterday. It costs $500,000 a year to run. They have 4 full-time people. But before you get scared, and you remember, they're 10 times bigger than you are. So you might say, okay, ours is going to cost $100,000 a year to run. They make, by the way, in Rapid City, $500,000 a year to run. They make $240,000 a year profit on beer garden sales. They make $130,000 a year renting ice skates, and they have to dole them out because it gets too busy. Now, you might not get that kind of income in Canada because everybody in Canada is born with ice skates. But still, they make $130,000 a year on ice skates. They make $150,000 a year on sponsorships. And they make $120,000 a year on percentages of vendors that sell goods and services on the plaza. Which means they make $200,000 net profit a year, which goes into capital improvements, emergency, all of that. So it self-funds. It self-funds. Make sense? You just created more jobs in this town that are permanent. And talk about the best job on the planet. Wouldn't that be fun? It would be fun. That's the job I want to have, is programming a plaza. So, you begin the plaza construction February 2022. You begin staffing it about 6 months before it opens, so that you're already programming and getting vendors and getting events and everything. And then it opens to the plaza right around 2022, right about when your whole downtown is coming together. Be awesome. So, beyond this, we'd love to see you do gateways in downtown. I couldn't see doing between now and 5 years. We just need signs to get people downtown. Eventually, we'd like to see a gateway at 3rd or 2nd, whichever street you say is the main corridor into downtown. But I just put it down there because it's just not something that's going to be a priority in this first 5 years. And then that's my last one. You gotta have fun. And I just wanted to show you this. This is White Ave in Old Strathcona in Edmonton. Everything's colorful. They have yellow, they have blues, they have purples. It's just about people, color, it's about life. They encourage sidewalk cafes, and we were a very big part of this. And they are part of Old Strathcona, but on White Avenue, all of their pole banners look like that. And then in the other areas, it's slightly different. Same with you. You might have the Market Street District pole banners, and then you have the rest of downtown Grand Forks banners. And they do some really, really cool things. This is the wayfinding signage that they use, and that's their trash. Notice it says throw away your bigotry. Talk about cool. So, here's my question for you. Would you like me, when I go back, to incorporate the plaza into the plan? Or are you going to say, we cannot, that's just too much? Personally, I think it should be one of your top priorities. It doesn't mean that we're committing the city to spending $1 million, by the way.
Who owns that property?
What's that?
Who owns the property?
Don't know.
City.
Oh, the city does? Yeah.
Yeah, and I don't know if they own it all the way
Not
up.
the buildings, but the
Right.
parking area.
Do they own it all the way up to the other street where the pawn shop is? Do they own that little side?
I think there's a private lot that's owned by the Gazette between
Yeah.
the pawn shop.
But this is, if you say it, what's going to happen is you're going to have somebody come in, there were $60,000 there to do a plan. They're going to look at the site, the ownership, they're going to talk to those property owners, because right now they do use it as a parking lot. And we're not making up the parking. By the way, we found 100 cities that took away parking and did not make up the parking for a plaza. All 100 of them complained about losing the parking, but afterwards, it was simply worth the walk of a block or 2 or 3. Every single one of them wasn't a complaint afterward, including Kelowna. North Vancouver, they're building a $40 million plaza. It's under construction right now on their waterfront.
Would council have that appetite?
One thing is, we have Cargo Park right now.
But it's not where it can be,
Yeah, and I just think we have to look at the
yeah.
synergy or what, for
Right.
the programming and everything.
Yes, because this is not, Remember this, there's no lawn. It's not like City Park. It's not like those parks. This is where it's monetized. We always say most of your activities should be in the heart of your downtown. It's where people come to hang out. So this would be more like activity event. So it's not the nice lawn areas and paintings. We're not trying to compete with other parks. We're just trying to create a way for people to come downtown and hang out. So this might be better suited for food trucks and stuff than lawn areas or ones that slow.
Parks where the farmers market is right.
Yeah, I love that little park. The problem is, and I think it's great, and that's why I said I don't want to take the farmer's market from there. I just want to have them do another one in downtown so we have sister things. The challenge with that site, it's on the highway, so if you put splash pad and ice rink and stuff, number one, it's a little bit small. Number two, you have the fear of children running into a highway. I wanted to put it downtown. That's another reason for that four-way stop on 2nd and Market.
And with Jarrow Park, it's like it's fenced in. It isn't open to the outside.
Yeah.
It's like old buildings or old crap in there, I don't know, you know, it's not pleasant.
Right, it's not people, it's not about people. And by the way, we're not trying to get rid of that and get rid of those activities. You know what, in closing, you have a beautiful, beautiful downtown in an incredible world-class setting, and I mean world-class. There's no reason you should be an ugly stepchild to Nelson or Revelstoke or anybody else. And I think that's how a lot of you see yourselves. Is we're that stepchild that just can't quite, I mean, you have everything these other places have. You may not have a lake like a Soyuz, which I went to Soyuz for one reason. I was a competitive skier and I wanted to ski in 2 countries at the same time. Which you can do. The line goes right through the lake.
That is a crop lake. People.
I know.
It's a crop lake.
But look at how busy it is.
Both the whole way there, we got there, we were like,
This is
why
it.
did we bother? Like,
And that you're exactly right. It's time for Grand Forks to step out of the shadows. And the flood was just if you want to look at the silver lining, it was a blessing to get you saying, okay, here's the first day of the rest of our lives. What do we need to do? This is 46 recommendations. The total cost of all 46 recommendations, fully done, is about $2.4 million. All of them, over 5 years. That's everything. That's if you got no grants, if you had to fund everything yourself, you had no naming rights or anything else, $2.4 million. Try to do anything else with that kind of money that would make that big a difference. I mean so here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go back home. I'm going to play with this a little bit. This is a plan. I did this in Apple Keynote, like PowerPoint. The reason I did that is so you could take this plan. I'm going to add more photos. I'll take out the duplicates. And I'm going to put this together. And the reason is I did it in this so that you can take this very document and say, well, let's move this one down here. Let's move this one up there. I do not want you to get rid of any of them because it'll come apart. You just may say, well, we could do this one quicker and let's put this one down a few months. We may say, right now, let's get that brand development, the Grand Forks team in place, but maybe we need to get you a staff person sooner rather than down the road. And so maybe we could take this one and move it up because there's a grant opportunity to do that. I want to make this plan flexible. It doesn't mean you go and just say, well, we don't need that one. But you may say, you know, we just thought of another thing we should add. Where do we fit it in here? It's easy to do. I don't think you need some 300-page plan with 250 pages of stuff in an index. You need a to-do list. So do you have any questions? I already took you almost half an hour past our time. Will you do it?
I'd like to. Yes.
What I don't want to hear is people say, well, if we're not too busy, well, if there's no emergencies, well, we might get to that, well, we have so much on our plate. I mean, you have to have a can-do attitude. You have to say, we're going to make this happen, come high or hell water. And by the way, this will solve way more problems than just downtown. It will create new job opportunities. A plaza is an incubator. I mean, and then you go recruit the businesses in here. I mean, all of those are jobs. All of those people, they're going to spend millions of dollars in your downtown in inventory, in hiring, and that will give developers reasons to come in and start building low to moderate income housing so you don't have to wait 2 years or whatever it takes to find a house to live in, right? Because now all of a sudden you got jobs, you got people coming in, and they're already coming in. They're already coming in. So you have a childcare center?
Yeah.
And tell them about it. Full up.
Yeah, we opened it in 2017 officially. Didn't expect there to be enough people in town to fill it up, and we've pretty much doubled what we thought with the wait list too.
They're coming. This gives them opportunities. There's nothing in here. I mean, a plaza and wayfinding are the only two expensive things in this whole thing.
I think the other thing to keep in mind with people that are moving here is like we've met a lot of people from the coast. Like I don't know, somehow we all seem to like
Go
find
inland.
each other.
Yeah.
But like a lot of people from the coast are selling their totally overpriced houses. They realize they're overpriced now. They realize that's not going to last forever. They're trying to cash in on it. They're coming somewhere like this that's beautiful, has affordable housing, but they still want the services. Like I've lived my whole life in a big city. I still want nice shopping and nice dining.
50% of all US and Canadian residents pay $100+ to be Amazon Prime. But you know what's really funny is that when we're in our downtowns, we don't want Amazon. You know what I tell people all the time? You know what's happening across North America? We're moving from Macy's to Etsy. We want the little Etsy shops. We want those things, and we will go out of our way, and we will pay more for it than we can get on Amazon. You're right. And we do want the services. This creates the opening for all of that.
Well, it's about the experience too. Like I've been in retail for 26 years and always in like brick and mortar, right? So we were always fighting, okay, against online. What do we do to draw people to our brick and mortar stores? And it's about experience. You get the service, you get the one-offs, you get the interesting things, you get the activities, you know, you come into my store, you get to sit down and do something with your hands. You're not going to do that when you order my products on Amazon
Right.
or online or wherever.
That's right, and that's why most malls are dying. The malls that are surviving are an experience.
Yeah.
And that's what this is about. This is about making the 10,000 people that you serve. Wouldn't it be great if you could get 100 people to come into your downtown once a month after working on weekends? You have to be open, but after working weekends, 100 people a night. You'd have no homeless people downtown. You wouldn't have those problems because people would be hanging out there. Wouldn't it be great? Even when they're done with high school at the end of the day, go downtown, they hang out on the plaza and they're playing chess or whatever. I mean, it works. We've physically seen it. I mean, is there anything I missed?
We can do this. I mean, I've actually had people tell me, because of the stuff that I used to do, putting a very nice face forward, they moved to town because of me. Not because I was here, but because they saw a place that they had a better quality of life for me. I've had visitors come here just for their tourism because they saw videos I put on the web. Because they could see the quality and the excitement and the experience.
And by the way, earlier I said about schools, about if your schools are not seeing that up to par, it doesn't mean you have bad educators, it just is a product of your demographic. But you know what, if you bring in one demographic, it can help lift the other demographic. We've physically seen it. And that's what's really cool. This is creating people that are coming here with their families and jobs and everything, and their kids are in there, and they're the peers with the ones that are less fortunate, and they lift each other up. And so that's what this is about. It's not about getting rid of people or anything, but it's about the 10,000 people you serve. Don't even think 4,000. You're Christina Lakes downtown. And in the summer, they're 12,000 all by themselves. Am I right? Whoever lives on Christina Lake. I mean, wouldn't it be great if they said, hey, I wonder what's going on in downtown Grand Forks tonight?
Yes. Be great.
That's what this is about. So,
Oh, we're closed at 5.
well, that's what you gotta change.
I think that is the DDA's responsibility to change that one.
Yeah, and you just start with Friday, Saturdays. If they just say, I wonder what's going on this weekend. After Friday, when you get off work, let's go up to Grand Forks. Just start with that. But there's videos. We'd love to see you do. We have all those videos in our library. You can even do a deal like a brown bag lunch the first Tuesday of every month where you just show one of those videos and say, and they're all like 45 minutes to an hour, and say, what are we going to do with this? And you just come in here. It's all streams. And they say, okay, is there something in there we should be doing? And by the way, when you go, there's almost videos on everything I showed you. We spent the last 10 years putting all that stuff together. And now we're updating most of them. And so anyway, I want to thank you very, very much for sticking with me. I mean, some of you are saying, I haven't been at work in 3 days. I need to get back to work. And what you have here, and I really mean this, I don't say it everywhere, what you have here blows me away. We've worked in 2,000 cities down. We've worked in 70 or 80 just in British Columbia. We've worked all over Alberta. That's kind of, Alberta's been my second home for years. And I'm telling you, what you have here, it blows me away. And so you have to get past the fear. If I leave out a bench, it's going to be stolen. If I leave out chairs, they're going to be stolen. I mean, I think there's so much fear about the past that you're afraid to move forward. And I think you have to do that. And yeah, you may have a few hits along the way. And like I said, with the subways, you just keep doing it, and after a while, they just burn out and say, we got to go do something else. It's getting old. With that, thank you so much for being part of this process. Thank you very much. You're free to go.
Well, thank you for all the effort you've put in this week.
Oh, you're sure welcome. I'm not done yet. I'll be working on this again. And by the way,